And we are live. Welcome to Square Work Media. We have a controversy that started. I had a little controversy, which is completely crazy. I remember watching and talking about it on live on the way home. Let's get right into the video.
Of it in a music video and put images on merchandise. Now, some of the officers are suing. Our Alex Frichet traveled to Afro Man's hometown of Winchester, Ohio, to learn more about the case that brought officers there and why Afro Man decided to turn his experience into viral songs.
I was gonna clean my room until I got high.
It was the beginning of a new millennium when a rapper by the name of Afro Man climbed to the top of the charts with a song like none of its kind. Then came Crazy Rap, and a year later, a Grammy nomination.
Singing them dirty rap songs. Stop and hit the chicken chong.
Let's hear roll my blood.
I got this one done. I'm gonna wear this to my son's basketball game.
Fast forward 2 decades later, this is life for Afro Man now, living in Winchester, Ohio, playing the songs that made him famous. But he also has some new tunes.
Will you help me
Repair my gate.
Will you help me
Repair my door.
These days, Afro Man isn't just singing about weed. He's also rapping about his experience with police.
Why you disconnecting my video camera? Did you find what
You was looking for.
How long did it take you to write that song?
To be fair, maybe a good 30 minutes. I think I just wanted to say whatever I was feeling. Most rappers, when they portray the police, they have to hire actors. Thanks to the Adams County Sheriff Department, they saved me a whole lot of money. They came over here with guns to kill me. The best thing I came up with was write songs about my experience and try to sell them and make some money to pay for the destruction that they brought to my house.
On August 21st last year, deputies from the Adams County Sheriff's Department pulled up in front of Afro Man's house in Winchester.
He released the first music video in January.
Was driving home, like, I don't know, like 65 miles away from home. I get a call. My kids was next door playing in the yard when they could see the police officers pulling up.
Armed with long guns and wearing tactical gear, the officers kicked down the door and entered the property. The whole thing playing out on Afro Man's security cameras. Afro Man says he watched his house get raided right from his phone.
No matter how hard you try to be a law-abiding citizen, this is how, America treats you, like, I felt powerless.
The warrant obtained for this raid lists some serious allegations, evidence of drug possession and trafficking, as well as kidnapping. It also states that the police received a tip from a confidential informant who had seen large amounts of weed and money at the property and claimed Afro Man kept women locked in his basement.
I didn't get charged. I didn't kidnap. I don't know where they got that. You know what I'm saying? And I think they just made it up. And I talked to the head officer. I asked him if I was under arrest. He said no. Then I asked him, were there any charges? He said no. Then I asked him if he would help me put my door back on the hinges and help me fix my gate. And that's when he cracked a little smile and said, we're not required to do that. And that's their way of just letting you know that that's how it is and you can't do nothing about it. So I got to start from right there and figure out what's my move. The Adams County Sheriff kicked down my door.
Afro Man went on and wrote 3 songs about the incident. Using the security camera video, he then released a music video that quickly went viral.
Lemon pound cake, he wanna put down his block. Lemon pound cake, trending on TikTok.
After Lemon Pound Cake and Will You Help Me Repair My Door, Afro Man made merchandise, saying it was his way of getting justice. 3 months later, he received a notice the officers involved in that raid were suing him, claiming they
Fucking course.
had suffered humiliation, ridicule, mental distress, embarrassment, and loss of.
Well, you better pay attention, motherfucking worky birds, because the police can sue Afro Man over using his home shit and making songs and shit. Y'all better pay attention to this shit. Screenshot, motherfuckers. Oh, that's Afro Man shit. Well, no, it ain't Afro Man. It's the cops, regular working people.
Reputation after the music videos were released. Their claim demanded they should receive the proceeds that Afro Man made using their image.
What's your response to that?
These big, tough dudes that laugh when you ask them to help you put your door back on the hinge, it's turned into these little whiny crybabies complaining about my song. My only response to that was a rap song and a t-shirt.
We reached out to the Adams County Sheriff's Department via telephone and also in person. A spokesperson said they could not comment about the case because it's still under investigation. We also reached out to the attorney representing the deputies. They declined to comment on the specifics of this case, but they did say in an email, "I intend to argue my client's case in the Adams County Court, not in the court of public opinion or the press." Experts say this case raises some.
In other words, that's the problem with this shit is you know it's hard for me to pick a side in this, but I agree. I mean, look what they did with Afro Man, and then there's no charges. He's not under arrest or nothing. They should have at least been able to help him fix his shit. Like if they would have just fixed his shit, he wouldn't have made the videos and stuff. Now that he's made the videos, they hired a lawyer. They ain't gonna talk about it publicly. They're just gonna go to court and they're gonna try to get him by statutory definitions, and they probably will, unfortunately, or they'll have to settle.
Interesting legal points.
The officers do have a reasonable right to privacy. We all do. But typically,
We all do. Well, okay.
that something has to be exposed that is intensely personal and it would offend a reasonable person. Officers acting in their job, executing their job functions is typically not going to rise to the level of a violation of privacy.
Afro Man has lived in Adams County for 17 years, a county of 27,000 people where 96% of the residents are white, according to the Census Bureau.
Describe to me, how have these last 17 plus years been living here in this community?
Yeah, when I ride down the street, I get the whistles, the out the window. Yeah, they've been overall nice to me. I had to go to Walmart the other day, and everybody was coming up to me. "Are you okay, man? I'm sorry about what you went through." And then they tell me stories that they're going through the same thing too, but they don't have the platform I have to expose it.
While the lawsuit is still unresolved, Afro Man is preparing to take a new direction. He's officially running for president in 2024.
Talk to me about your platform.
My platform is I want to make marijuana, cannabis, legal in all 50 states. There's no more raiding people for a plant. After that, I would like to see some serious police reform. If a cop doesn't wear a camera, he doesn't get a paycheck. Hey, I could win.
Hell yeah, I'd vote for your
I
ass.
could lose, but I could win. Yeah, if nothing else, I'll give a voice to somebody who can run the baton further.
He's one of many throwing his name into the ring. Our thanks to Alex Prochet for that.
Holy shit. That's brand new. Prosecutor closing.
They were buddies since they grew up. But look at the stress being placed on this defendant as the only one bringing the money in, as the only person who's paying the bills. Look at the tension on there, right? Look at issues and concerns with Mr. Williams, Anthony Williams, and the defendant's mother, that they're fighting an argument. The message is on there to that effect. So look at, for premeditation, you can also look at the manner in which the homicide was committed. Anthony Williams was shot in the back of the head. That was planned for when he was sleeping so that he could not fight back. That was a premeditated, planned killing of Anthony Williams, where there would be an alibi already discussed. So then, Christopher Thomas. Premeditation, as the judge instructed you, does not require days, weeks, months of planning. Premeditation can be formed quickly. Example we use in jury selection. Going to your mom's house on Mother's Day. You forget to bring flowers. You reach down, pull some flowers out of her yard and give her to those. That is premeditation. That is thinking about something, then doing. Ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you the murder of Christopher Thomas was premeditated in that as well. Chris Thomas, as you saw with Sergeant Williams and Mr. Howard demonstrating, oh my goodness, what's going on? Mr. Devins then made the decision at that point, he couldn't have a witness. So look at that. Those are all things in which you can get premeditation, how it was committed, the wounds that were inflicted, the back of the head. Going to Facebook. Showing again that the different information that you have before you belongs to this defendant. 772-713-9807. And that Nellie Montana at iCloud.com is the email. Remember the snapshot? Melanie.Montana. These are names that the defendant uses over and over again to talk about and communicate and identify himself. And look, that phone says verified as belonging to Jamel Devins. Also remember Facebook. We have October 26th of 2018. Sun's going down. And the defendant's phone also shows him at this location in Cocoa. But at the end of the day, he did one of the realest shit in my life. Yeah, he covered up a murder. Did a very terrible job of it, but that's what he did. That's what this is referring to. This is less than 2 weeks after this homicide occurs, and that's what they're talking about. Ladies and gentlemen, you have a confession in this case. The defendant, and now look at the time. Remember we talked about the UTC? So subtract 4. So UTC 2,000 hours, you subtract 4, 1,600 hours, you do the conversion, so 4 p.m. 4 p.m., I did that with the smiley face. And that's what I said in opening. Context is key. The whole floor is coding. Awesome if you work at Google. Terrible at Broward General Hospital. Context is key. So you've learned PZ Gambino, as you heard from Detective Moretti, is potentially facing federal firearms charges, the gun dealer, is told by the defendant, I did that. Shh. And look at the messages between Mr. Demons, and Mr. Gambino. Easy Gambino is a blood gang member. He uses all those same information, slang words, changing of the letters that you learned about from Detective Polo. October 26th, he asks to reach out to see how the defendant's doing. And the defendant says, I did that. And to make a spelling that, other times he uses DAT. And gentlemen, you saw the song where he has a song that he's released called THAT in his phone. So again, Instagram and how these all fit together. 6:58 a.m. Jamie King, RN, the defendant's mother. Are you here? I'm in Miami. I'm by the stadium. I'm a mess. I'm so worried. I'm here. Well, remember those CDRs where you get sent your voicemail? Ladies and gentlemen, this shows that she's trying to contact her son. He is ignoring her, and so she's reaching out to her son, who responds back with, I love you, Mom. I'm good, Mom. Because he had the phone at that point. So the judge read you the law. Anthony Williams is dead, and it was premeditated. Ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you the evidence very clearly shows the defendant was caused by Jamel Demons. Same as to Christopher Thomas. Talks about premeditation. Principles. So if, ladies and gentlemen, if you believe that Cortland Henry, and Cortland Henry is charged, but that's for another jury on another day. If Cortland Henry assisted and helped and shot these two individuals to help out Mr. Demons is just as guilty. Because a principal is someone who decides to help before the murder is completed. And you have that with Mr. Henry in making that drive and going out to the edge of the Everglades. You have that. He is a principal to first-degree murder. Mr. Demons is just as guilty, and so is Mr. Henry. So, in my few remaining moments, I want to briefly touch on the unlucky 13. Because I'll give Mr. Adelstein, Mr. Henry. He's charged, right? So, from all those unlucky 13 people that are listed as suspects, they have one thing in common, and only one thing in common. They made a single online threat. In poor taste? Yes. Any other evidence that ties them to this case? None. No location data. No communication from anyone in that Jeep to say where they were. No DNA of any of those people on that Jeep. No ballistics evidence at their feet where they were sitting in that Jeep. No private confession. Because remember, all of these online threats, they're out there for the public because they're trying to get attention and trying to get some sort of benefit for that for themselves. Distasteful? Yes. A crime? No. There's no drop pins for an emergency pickup from any of those individuals. There's no phone for any of them at any of the scenes in this case. So, motive. We talked long and hard how we don't have to prove motive. Motive, it's intent. Intent is an action of the mind. So I'll give you motives: anger, greed, resentment, advancement in the gang. You heard $16 million was coming into Jameson Francois, and that you saw $15,000, $10,000 payments going to Mr. Demings. Simple math. Splitting something 4 ways or 2 ways with Mr. Henry, who wasn't smart enough to even properly give a statement to keep Mr. Demings away from the car. So we have all these pieces of the puzzle that we have just talked about. And each and every one shows how this case has been brought together.
Look at that one picture they got of him up there. Looks like one of the fucking freeze frame faces Fusion or somebody takes of me. God dang.
Shows the physical evidence. And so, ladies and gentlemen, there's no murder weapon, right? The question that you have to answer, and that you can now answer based on all of this evidence, is that Jamel Demings was sitting in the back seat of that Jeep. And he was the one that fired the fatal shots that killed Christopher Thomas and Anthony Williams. And you know that because even if you choose to disbelieve one part of the evidence, 2 parts of the evidence, you can see what the overall picture is. The overall picture puts Mr. Demings in the backseat of that Jeep. It puts him holding a gun. You don't need a murder weapon to know that he committed these 2 crimes.
Jury entry. Ms. Young, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the clerk of the defense, this counsel to sustain claims, as well as the ladies and gentlemen jury. The counsel will start with the state's open argument. And lady counsel, you may proceed with it.
I spoke on being logical in the opening argument. I spoke on how being logical is logical.
What a wild ride the Bradley Yan trial has been, with a defendant representing himself in the kidnapping and sexual assault of a 77-year-old woman. We break down some of the
Holy fuck.
most outrageous moments from court. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Well, out in Illinois, we were covering a rather unusual trial on the Law and Crime Network. Not sure you heard about it.
No, I haven't.
It was the criminal case of Bradley Yan. Yan was charged and ultimately convicted of the kidnapping and attack of a 77-year-old woman, a great-grandmother named Christine Tina.
So fucked up. I just pray she's okay.
Schmidt Lohman. It happened back on November 9th, 2021. He sexually assaulted her in her car on the side of the road, chased her into her home, broke in, physically threw her down the stairs, and then raped her. She actually
Amen.
He died over a month later on December 12th, 2021.
Oh my God.
Jan wasn't charged with her murder, but it was a question of whether or not the trauma of that event ultimately did kill her. Just absolutely horrifying to think about. But what was absolutely bizarre was the defendant's decision to represent himself during trial.
I'll say.
Always very interesting when defendants do this, because it usually leads to just outrageous moments in court. That is what we saw here in the Bradley Jan trial. And where better to start off than with Mr. Jan's opening statement.
There's not many smiles today. However, I did see some yesterday. I appreciate those smiles. That has brought a light to my soul as I've been stuck here in this county jail, tormented for the last 19 months. I ask that you forgive my appearance. This is not normally me. I normally have hair. I did not expect you to feel sorry for me by any means. We all know what incredible and impossible means. Impossible means not possible. Credible means it's not credible. I also intend to prove you improper procedure. Coincidences. Throughout this trial, you'll see some of the most major coincidences you have ever seen in your lives. My little brother used to run to mother and say, "Mom, BB hit me." BB was my sister. He used to say, "BB hit me." Mom would say, "Well, my lovely young man, where are the marks to prove such?" Well, my mom, show me the marks. He could not show any marks. Mother would say, "I can't tell where the marks are." True story. Come to find out, my brother only had the remote taken from him. Scooby-Doo was his favorite. He would watch it end on end.
What the fuck?
For hours. During them times when my brother would make them claims, we would all come to find out in the end that he had just simply walked away from the TV. Sis picked up the remote and he wanted the TV back. The tales he was telling, you will see that today, here, and throughout this trial, there are major tales told. Tales that are tall.
Yeah. Now, for our listeners and for those who can't watch this on YouTube, unfortunately, you can't see the reaction from Prosecutor Assistant State Attorney Josh Jones, because it appears he's given the look of, what is this guy talking about? And by the way, we see this a lot of times with defendants representing themselves. Their arguments don't always make sense. They focus on the sympathy factor. Remember, they're not trained attorneys.
They don't know how to. It'd be like listening to my arguments sometimes made here on YouTube, you know. They're going to argue from, they're going to make arguments from a position of, they're going to think it's logical, but because it's coming personally from you and it's personally about you, it's going to be also somewhat emotional. That's why you need an advocate.
But this was just the beginning. How about we move on to the time when Mr. Jones made the court aware of Jan's cousin, Travis Bloom, making a disturbance in the courthouse, and how Jan's argument backfired on him.
Your Honor, yesterday, an individual by the name of Travis Bloom attempted to enter the courtroom while the proceedings were occurring. He was stopped by security and told he could enter at breaks. At that point, he stayed outside the courtroom, but was heard outside the courtroom making very loud comments that were heard by Sheriff's Deputy Sam Smith inside the courtroom.
Your Honor, throughout my time here, my family has been repetitively denied. I understand Travis Bloom is an idiot. I understand that, fully understand that. He holds a good heart. They didn't arrest him yesterday. If he did all them things, they probably should have arrested him, right? I mean, these are very serious matters. To limit him from the courtroom simply because of this is ridiculous. If a person does not know that they cannot come in during a time that is not a recess, then maybe they should be explained that, or maybe there should be notices posted on a wall somewhere.
The gentleman in the back courtroom by the door with law enforcement, what's your name? You step outside the door and see if there's anything posted about their entering the courtroom during a recess.
There is, Your Honor.
And what does it say, sir?
It says, you may only enter the courtroom at recess or breaks.
And you were here yesterday, sir?
I was.
And was that sign posted on the door at all times?
I believe so.
Have a seat, Mr. Yan. Your motion or objection is overruled. You are, as you described, idiot relative Travis Bloom should have read the door sign before he tried to enter the courtroom, and so he was advised of the court rules.
Maybe don't argue.
Wow.
Well, there should be signs so people know if they can enter the court or not, when in reality,
But no, I have not, Your Honor.
Okay, neither has the court. And so where the witness looks while answering questions, I cannot control. But unless the assistant state's attorneys are indicating some kind of answer that they should be giving, there's no reason to basically uphold your objection.
now if that actually happened, he would have an argument. Here, he really didn't. There's nothing to back that up. And we've seen that in other cases too, right? Pro se defendants arguing that there's this collusion between the witnesses and the prosecution. From our experience here on Law and Crime, not always a successful argument. Now, I really want to move on to this moment because this was particularly outrageous. I'm going to give you some context here. So at one point, Mr. Yan is questioning Tim Schmidt.
I apologize for the interruption. Had some technical difficulties. Oh, I'll be doing more on my rebuttal to some latest bullshit that I was doing earlier some other time. Let's get back to this crazy fucking case. Can't believe this piece of shit did this to this old woman. He ought to fucking burn. It's some fucked up shit, man. Fucked up.
In the courtroom simply because of this is ridiculous. Then maybe
There is.
You're
Mr. Yon.
You're ridiculous.
state's attorney
happened. And despite Schmidt, some context here. So at one point, Mr. Jan is questioning Tim Schmidt. This is Christine's husband, now widow. And Jan seemed to try to point out that Mr. Schmidt didn't call 911 on the night his wife said she was attacked.
How would he know
Despite
that?
Schmidt saying
He wasn't there.
he did call 911. Jan wanted to impeach him with phone records. The problem here is that those 911 phone calls are not recorded as phone records. And so these phone records are inadmissible. Jan can't ask Schmidt about them, and he can't introduce them because he has no legal basis.
He's fucking getting. Well, it's because he's guilty anyways, but basically the rules of evidence are fucking knocking this guy off his chest, off his back.
To do so, he has to lay a foundation. He has no foundation. Well, Jan didn't quite get that, or maybe he chose to ignore that. And the court instructed him he couldn't talk about this with Mr. Schmidt. Well, he moved forward with it. And Mr. Jones, the prosecutor, he got quite heated.
And do you recall what time you made a 911 call?
Fuck yeah, I'd get heated too. That's a fucking widow.
It was a little after 6 o'clock, right after I went home.
And if I said that there.
Objection, Your Honor. I know what he's going to ask next, Your Honor, and if it's going to be an objectionable question that the jury is not allowed to hear.
Just to refresh your memory, you stated you were subpoenaed for phone records, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. We just dealt with this.
John, the court sustained that objection.
Your Honor.
We need to go down a new path.
I'm just letting the witness know where we're at, Your Honor.
He was here, he knows. So next question, sir.
Okay. And you did provide those records. Correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered, and we've gone down this path.
Mr. Schmidt,
The objection.
are you aware that there was no 911?
Objection, Your Honor.
I will sustain the objection, Mr.
There was
Young.
no 911.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll ask the bailiff to have the jury return to the jury room and we'll address this.
Please rise.
And it seems to only get worse for Jan
Man, that he was not having that.
because later on he questioned Sergeant Jake McMahon with the Adams County Sheriff's Department about those phone records. And guess what? I don't know if this was a mistake or he was basically caught like a deer in headlights, but for his supposed argument that there was no 911 phone call that day, the report seems to indicate otherwise.
The CFS report, which is also known as a 911 report, correct?
I know it as a dispatch ticket, but I
Dispatch.
believe CFS, yes.
And Your Honor, I'd like to publish this in the jury.
Okay.
It states male came and attacked his wife and broke into the house and stole the car, correct?
Yes, that's what it reads.
Fine. It says Quincy, Adams County 911 call for service report, doesn't it?
Yes,
That means there was a 911 call, doesn't it?
correct.
The danger of representing yourself, folks, not always the best decision.
Dumb.
But let's close this out with arguably the last outrageous moment in this trial, and that is during Bradley Jan's closing argument, his final attempt to persuade this jury that he is innocent.
Fail.
And it definitely had some arguably head-scratching points.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, today we're here on some sick sick, heinous matters. Matters that if I were that person, I wouldn't care if I was a prosecutor or not. I wouldn't sit here and call the defendant a man. I'd call him a piece of excuse my terminology, Your Honor, but I'd call him a piece.
Wow. So he's gonna try to pull some psychology. Pretty ugly basic psychology attempts.
Because that's what he would have been. Mr. Jones has put on a great presentation today. Very great. Just like Miss Keck did on Monday last week. She put on a great presentation. Very abnormal and not her normal voice. Not her normal voice at all. She come forward with a presentation that seems so unnatural just to try to persuade you people. Just to try to persuade you. You see the woman right here on the screen? That's from a video. Does it appear if she's hurt, battered, beat? Persuasion. You can persuade anybody to do anything with words. You can persuade them with actions. You can persuade them with evidence. Sometimes evidence isn't evidence.
Do what? Sometimes evidence isn't evidence. Do what?
I'm not a heinous, perverted creep. I do not go around robbing people. My two greatest friends are elderly people. One just happens to be
My two greatest friends are elderly people. Well, man, if you hadn't, it wouldn't be no problem. Look, one of my best friends was an elderly person, but I don't think I'd use that as an argument when I'm facing a charge like this. And no.
76 years old. She was my next door neighbor.
The prosecutor literally turned to the side and put his head on his hand, like, okay, let me listen. He's actually trying to absorb this, and it's like, I don't know. He's like, man, this is so cringe.
Never. My best friend in the world, he's 62 years old. Just turned 62.
Did they come to court and testify for you?
Taught me better than this. She didn't teach me to go out and do these things, nor did I do them. Please stop, man.
A little all over the place, very colorful, tried to show his emotion. But look, he was appealing to the jurors in that last moment. Despite his best efforts, the jury didn't believe him. They convicted him of home invasion with a deadly weapon, criminal sexual assault, aggravated kidnapping, aggravated vehicular hijacking, aggravated criminal sexual assault, and burglary. Sentencing is set for September 1st, where it's my understanding this 36-year-old, now convicted felon, faces a minimum of 70 years in prison. All right, everybody, that's all.
And he deserves it. Doing that to an old woman. Doing it to anybody. Uh-oh, the prosecutor talks about that Zab girl.
Charging people to look at autopsy photos of Gannon Stout, the 11-year-old boy murdered in Colorado by his stepmom. Outrage over this issue is growing. Welcome to Law and Crime Sidebar Podcast. I'm Anjanette Levy. This story is really one of those that leaves me shaking my head, and it's truly mind-boggling. Gannon Stout was brutally murdered in 2020 by his stepmom, Letitia Stout. She drove his body across the country to Florida and dumped him over a bridge in a suitcase. Now a YouTuber who goes by Zav Girl has done something that, frankly, I can't understand. I'm not sure anyone can really understand it. She posted photos of Gannon's autopsy on Patreon and then charged people $3 a pop to look at the photos. She obtained those photos after requesting the case file. Those photos were included in it. A handful of people so far have requested the case file, including Law and Crime. However, we would never air or post autopsy photos of anyone, much less a child. As you can imagine, Gannon's parents are outraged and devastated, as they should be. For her part, Zav Girl is claiming she did this to do it scientifically, to show people these photos and allow them to see them for themselves. Gannon's mom, though, Landon Bullard Hyatt, posted on Facebook, "Gannon is my child, and he is not an experiment, nor a piece of paper or photo. He is a child. I pray that all that is involved in this heinous act will stop and no longer do this to anyone else. I will not give you any satisfaction. No one deserves this, and no one wants to be in these shoes. You may say that if it happened to you, you may not change your actions. I do not wish this on anyone. I'm sure you would rethink your actions if this was indeed your child or you. The good that I take from this is that good people still exist, and in a matter of seconds, Gannon's army came together. I surely hope Gannon taught you all a lesson. He is the one who deserves an apology. My son, Gannon." Joining me to discuss this incredibly disturbing issue is Michael Allen. He is the district attorney of the 4th Judicial District in Colorado, and he prosecuted Letitia Stalk for the murder of Gannon Stalk. Mr. Allen, thanks so much for joining us here on Sidebar.
Thank you for having me. This is important.
Y'all always make sure this channel's major source for news and crime-related content is Law and Crime. Make sure to give them a subscribe and a like, and check out more of their videos they have on true crime-related news and courtroom content.
Issue to talk about.
Yeah, most certainly. When did you find out that the autopsy photos of Gannon Stalk had been posted online by this YouTuber, Zav Girl, and then, she was charging people to look at them?
I found out on Saturday afternoon. I was reached out to by one of the family members of Gannon's, who let me know about what was happening, sent me a link so that I could go and just see sort of what was happening. I wasn't part of the paywall group that could actually access these things, so I couldn't see which pictures specifically. But obviously the family is very concerned about the photos of Gannon being out like this. We took great care during trial to make sure that, one, they knew when we were going to show any autopsy photos. We blocked out very sensitive portions of those photos, wanting to just focus on the injuries that Gannon sustained. But the photos that were actually being shown on these YouTubers' channels were full-blown photos that didn't have any sort of sensitivity attached to them at all. I know that the person that posted them was also claiming that this was sort of a scientific effort, and I find that to just be preposterous. There's nothing scientific about what they were doing, in my view.
Would something like that, autopsy photos, be typically released through a public records request in Colorado?
Not typically in Colorado. What is typically released in Colorado is the autopsy report itself. I've never seen another case of mine where an autopsy photo like that has been released by the coroner's office and then published somehow either through the media or by.
I don't mean to be insensitive, because I completely agree with the argument made, but with the Freedom of Information Act statute and law, it would seem that if you would request open records on something, I understand records can be closed, but I mean, and I'm not saying you should put them up behind a paywall or anything, or I don't know, but I don't see how he doesn't know whether that, because obviously she got them from a records request. So either it happens or it doesn't. And if it was a mistake and shouldn't have came out and they shouldn't have released autopsy photos, they need to be looking at the records people.
By private groups that want to access those things. So I've never seen something like this before, this particular case.
Have you looked into at all how the photos were released? Because
Well, that's probably because I don't know, but I would think that if you requested stuff, and unless explicably the photos were sealed, they're going to be released.
Request things here at Law and Crime routinely. We request case files and things of that nature. Typically, things like autopsy photos are just kind of, it's unspoken that they're off limits. They aren't published. We would never publish such a thing. And they typically aren't released.
Yeah, the
Then why isn't anyone talking about the records office?
the unique part of this case is that it obviously gained a lot of notoriety around the country and even internationally. We had people reaching out to us from all over the world with just well wishes, support for what we were doing, trying to prosecute the defendant in this case. The unique aspects of this case, I think, really drew people in. The fact that it was an 11-year-old boy who looked like anybody else's son. I think we can all identify kids in our own families that could be just like Gannon. And so I think that drew people in. But the horrific nature of what happened to Gannon was very unique. The autopsy photos that we had in the case were things that I didn't want to look at on a regular basis. I didn't certainly want to share those out. I had to really get myself prepared to look at them when I was looking at them, and then being very careful about what we presented to the jury too, because these photos are horrific. They're something that nobody wants to see, and the fact that somebody is charging for these things, access to look at them is beyond the pale to me. The fact that people would want to buy access to these photos is also disgusting. There's no redeeming quality about these photos. There's nothing about them that would be educational in any way as to what happened in the case. There's other ways to do what she's claiming to have done, which was to be scientific about it. In all autopsies, there's always body diagrams that are just black and white body diagrams with injuries that are drawn on, as opposed to the full-blown photos. They could have done those diagrams if they wanted to be scientific about it and achieved the stated goal, which it's just heartbreaking that the family members have to again be victimized by this case.
If science was the goal, talking about science, you wouldn't charge for science. And one of the things that's really concerning to me about this is that not only is the family traumatized and re-victimized by all of this, also you have people out there who, there are some bad people in this world. They have a lot of issues. They have paraphilias. They have things like that. There could be people using these photos for a number of reasons, and then they buy access.
Exactly. I think that's what the major upset is.
To them, and then they spread the photos.
Yeah. So, along those lines, any autopsy photos are always going to include very close-up shots of any injuries that were sustained that might have led to death, that kind of thing. But there's also full body shots that will show fully unclothed people, including in this case. And I saw some pretty disgusting comments on, I think it was Twitter maybe, of people that had seen these photos and talking about Gannon's genitalia. That's disgusting to me. And further highlight,
that's fucking sick.
Why is this person publishing these types of photos and not blurring those portions out?
Exactly.
It's disgusting. I don't know why somebody would do it. And I wish there was something that we could do from our office to combat this. But the problem is that this case spanned jurisdictional lines from state to state. The autopsy was actually performed down in Florida. I'm not necessarily familiar with Florida's open records laws, but apparently that's how these photos were obtained from the coroner's office down there, and then published. It's just heartbreaking.
Florida need to get their shit together.
And disgusting.
I will tell you, we requested the case file and received the autopsy photos as well. We would never post them or use them because we don't do such things. So we were, I think, a little surprised that we did receive those autopsy photos in the case file. So there are ways to deal with these things. I mean, we receive information all of the time that we think is maybe too sensitive or too gruesome, and we don't post it. We don't put it out.
Yeah, and I applaud that effort from you all for taking that stance on something like this. There's no redeeming quality about people that want to look at and post these types of pictures. These pictures were absolutely horrific. Like I said, I had to prepare myself each time I had to look at them because you just don't want to see a little boy who was full of life and deserves so much more in life from his stepmother, the murderer in this case. And he certainly deserves so much more dignity and respect in death too. And this is almost just, spitting on his grave in some.
good and well. If I went somewhere and Tart was there, I was never worried for a second.
All right, so stop. You're not okay. Stop. Let me interject, okay? Because this is supposed to be about Gannon. This part one was no. Listen, please listen.
So we can go get Gannon.
Okay, the problem is here. You said until we have trust. The problem is we're not there yet. Okay, because a few minutes. No. Listen. I'm gonna tell you why right now. Okay, No, I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you why, and then I'll let you talk, okay? Please listen. I'm going to tell you why. Because, okay, I've taken the blame for everything that I'm responsible for in this situation, probably more than I should have, but I'll take the blame for all of it, okay? Quincy Brown's got the boy, okay? But the part that I still don't have trust about is when I brought up the fact that there was a puddle of blood in the house, you mentioned a head wound. You didn't even say a damn thing about that. Not a peep, Tisha. You blew right past it. So fill in the blanks for me.
No. What are you talking about, a head wound? I never said to you about any kind of head wound.
Doubling down and lying.
See, this is where you...
No, you did. You said in the bicycle incident, which you later told me was not true, but you...
I already told you I made that up because you would never believe anything.
Why would you make it up? Lying.
That's it.
Okay, so how did the puddle of blood get there? Because it wasn't there before we moved in. So, okay, tell me about the puddle of blood in the corner. No, you said the wall. You said there was something on the wall. Who cares what it was? You cleaned it. I don't know anything about that other than what you said.
We cleaned everything from when Gannon. Okay.
Yeah, and no, you didn't because we haven't talked about this. There was a puddle of blood the size of like one of those paper dinner platter plates. It's significant, and that was on the concrete, which means it had to be significantly bigger and more thicker. Whatever. I can't hear you. Hello. I can't hear you.
You're talking about something.
I'm talking about something. No, it was not already there. Okay, that blood was not already there. How did the blood get there? Okay, it was a significant amount of blood. How did it get there in the corner of Gannon's room, under his bed, which you told me the beds were pushed together? So how did the blood get there?
Are you done yelling at me?
I'm not yelling.
Buying time.
I'm not yelling. How did the blood get there?
Because she's still trying to think of a creative. Because that's not something she could just answer. Da. She is completely stalling and buying time.
You can tell all your little police people that are listening.
Did Quincy Brown bang Gannon's head up against
Paranoid about possible police listening.
the wall or something? Did he bust Gannon's head open? Did he hit him with a 2x4? What did Quincy do to Gannon? What did he do to Gannon that put blood on the floor?
Because I'm not stupid. I know you have police there. I know you have people there.
You can believe whatever you want, obviously, because I've had so many freaking stories that you believed that were true to tell me, and then you always back off of them. Okay, so you can believe whatever the hell you want to believe.
Good, because he probably does have police listening, and he should be. He should have.
All I believe is what I saw.
That's what you've done.
All I believe is what I saw: blood on the floor in my son's room, and my son is missing. Okay, that's the two things I know.
Exactly.
Gannon was hurt in my house.
I don't know. How many times do I have to say this to you? I don't know.
You don't know how he got hurt, okay?
You asked me 15 times the same exact question, and I'm giving you the same exact answer. I don't know. Then you try to turn it, and you try to ask me another way, and then you try to turn around, and you try to take stuff nice and sweet like you really care, and then you come back and ask me the same question again. And I've given you the same answer. If you're so concerned about...
But you had... No, stop, because you haven't given me the same answer. It's been a different story every time.
You aren't your ass to go find him to see what he did to Gannon. You are too busy worrying about something that you think you can solve.
I'm still waiting on the address. You were supposed to give me the address. You were supposed to give me the address from your lawyer's people.
Me?
Yes, because you said they had it.
You had FBI.
Now you're changing your story. You called the police, not me. I wasn't there. I'll take the blame for not being there, for not protecting you. You called the police. Why did you call the police?
I am.
You actually, no, stop right there. You called the police and told him he ran away. Not that Quincy Brown took him. What the fuck, Tisha? Answer that for me. You know without a shadow of a doubt, Quincy Brown, and I believe you, Quincy Brown has my son. This motherfucker from somewhere up north of here, okay? But you called the police and said he ran away. Don't tell me you were freaking out. Okay, no. Don't give me some bullshit. Don't give me some bullshit story, Tisha. Tell me the goddamn truth right now.
Answer. If you're not going to listen to my answer, then why are you talking?
I'm listening. This is it. This is the line in the sand. Quincy Brown got my son, and you told the police he ran away, and there's blood in his room.
Guilty. Why would I call the police?
I said Quincy Brown was guilty. I didn't say you. I said Quincy Brown. Why are you talking about yourself? Why did you say if you were guilty? You told me you weren't the whole time. Why did you say if you were guilty? You said Quincy Brown, and I said Quincy Brown. You keep bringing it back to you, not me. No, I said there's blood in the room. Quincy Brown took him. You called the police and said he ran away. Explain all those things to me right now.
Albert?
What?
You calm down. I'm going to answer your question.
Oh, I'm calm. I'm as calm as I can be. I'm calm as I can be.
Because I'm not stupid. Yeah.
I'm not stupid either. You fucking lied to me and you fucking lied to the police. I'm not stupid either. So you better get right.
I told the police when I got there what happened.
Man, you told him he ran away and the whole neighborhood was looking for a runaway for days and days and days. You're lying. You are now lying, and I'm calling you out. You're lying.
That is not true. That is not what happened. When they interviewed me, I told them exactly what happened.
But that's not okay. I don't give a fuck what you said. You told me he was a runaway, so I called, and I cursed the lady out on the recorded line. Told her to get there for my runaway son. Okay, you never once told me Quincy Brown had the boy and there was blood in his room. So you better get it straight right now.
When you stop yelling at me.
When you start telling the truth.
Controlling.
Tell the truth and I'll stop getting upset.
She is stalling and turning this round and round because she knows that she's caught up by him. This is crazy. So I guess this was going on while he was still missing.
I
Lying.
told you the truth.
You are lying, Tisha.
You call me back.
Go ahead and hang up when you call me back when you got the truth. You're fucking lying.
She better not hang up.
Are you done yelling and cursing at me?
I'm done. Go ahead.
So.
Good move. Good move, dude.
For a minute, I need you to just breathe. Because you're yelling at me. And I can't even answer a question when you're screaming. And every time I go to open my mouth, you're screaming and yelling at me.
Every time there's a lie.
Placater, yeah. He did good by saying he's listening and stuff. Because that's what it is. This is like we're watching or we're getting to listen to a fucking recorded, basically battle of the wits between these two people over something serious, which is to this father his missing son, to this crazy mother the son that she killed.
All right, I'm gonna call you out. So let's go. Let's see.
There's nothing further to be a lie.
Okay, I'm just gonna warn you. I'm firing a warning shot right now. You lie, I'm gonna tell you're lying. Go ahead.
Look, I haven't even said that. You're still running your yap.
All right.
You're still running your yap.
All right, I'm shutting my yap. Go ahead.
Yeah, let her talk.
Still running your yap. If there was blood in Gannon's room, that would have been already.
I wouldn't have started that. Okay. Or let's analyze it like this. Her saying, if there was blood, I mean, it's bad enough that that there's the possibility or the fact that you told a story about blood. So she's saying if there's blood, like she never ever mentioned or said that there was blood, and he's saying that's not true.
From when he cut his foot. I've already told you that. Okay? I told
You wouldn't have that a puddle. I wouldn't think a puddle of blood from just a foot cut.
you and that his arm from him getting burned was bleeding some, and so was his foot. I've already told you that.
Okay, you're lying. You're lying. Stop. That's a lie. Change it again because that's a lie. Here's the game we're going to play. Every time you lie, I'm going to call you out. You can't bleed that much from a burn. You can't bleed that much from a burn. You can't bleed that much from a cut on your foot from a 2x4. I'm not stupid. You're lying. Go ahead. Change it again. You're lying.
Exactly.
You said a plate side.
A dinner plate that, okay, that's what seeped through, Tisha. That means there was a puddle of blood on the damn carpet to seep through the carpet, an inch of carpet pad, and onto the concrete pad where it looked like it had been sitting there for days, okay? All right, that's what I saw. So tell the fucking truth.
Maybe you should ask the people who were there living, because I never was there and it contaminated the crime scene. Maybe you ask this.
Oh,
Tisha, guess what?
Wow.
Guess what?
Get your fucking asses on the contamination.
All right, good. So, all right, nice. Guess what? You're just telling on yourself now.
Yep.
You're worried about you're worried about a damn loophole. You're trying to find a loophole. Okay. Okay. There's another loophole. All right. There's another loophole. All right. There's 3 loopholes already. All right.
It sounds funny to me that they went for Texas with a child missing. Maybe they contaminated.
That's fine. Okay, fine. All right. So that's
when I'm talking to
Landon, Lena, Veronica, and me. That's 4 loopholes right there. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I'm waiting on you. I'm waiting on you to quit lying. You just told on, hey, between me and you just told on yourself because you just said they contaminated a crime scene is what you said.
Exactly.
Oh, I said y'all contaminated, meaning y'all put it in there then.
Oh, we put it in there?
Do you?
Okay.
Do you?
All right. So you see, here you go. Here you go with the spin game. Oh, you were on
Maybe your brother did.
you were on the cut foot and the burnt arm. Now it's a spin game, okay? All right, keep going with your spin.
You want that you know the answer, so I mean, since you know the fucking answer, I was going to ask you what the bullshit you said to me.
Yeah, that's it's frickin' I know what the answer is. It's frickin' Gannon's blood. It's Gannon's blood from a head injury. Now, how did he get a head injury? How did he get a head injury over there in the corner? I mean, you freaking told on yourself saying you pushed the beds together. You pushed the beds together. We've never pushed the beds together. You're lying.
I've done it. So let me tell you something. If you went in somewhere where there was blood and you were allowed to walk in there, maybe you did it.
Oh, maybe I did it, huh?
He wasn't allowed anywhere to see this.
Oh, wait a minute.
You do it?
Wait a minute.
So you just said you walked in somewhere to see it. Did you do it? Because you should, if that was the case, what you're telling me is you shouldn't even been allowed in there.
Oh. I was in Oklahoma. That's what I got to say. That's my loophole. Okay. You want to try to pin it on me? Go ahead.
You walked in there the other day.
Yeah, I walked in there and saw it after. Hey, you told on yourself because you, hey.
Then you maybe you put it in there because you know why?
All right. Let's calm down. Let's calm down. Okay.
In there then.
All right. Hey.
You put the United States and you put the walk in supposed crime scene.
Listen, calm down.
Did you walk out? Did you walk in the room, huh?
What do you think is going to happen? Well, hey, what do you think is going to happen when they solve this crime? Okay, what do you think?
Someone must have walked in there too, huh?
What do you think? I don't know who.
Me and accused me. When you said you went somewhere, so who the fuck done it? Did she do it?
Just tell. Hey.
Now, if this was a crime scene, y'all were fucking allowed to be in there.
So, okay.
Tell me better than this. Because I know you're pretty smart. Tell me better than this. So you admitted to me that you were allowed to walk into a crime scene.
No, I said I saw it. Don't twist my words. I saw it.
Who else went in there?
Okay. You want to know? You want to know who else walked in there? You, Gannon with a head injury, Quincy Brown, and a puddle of blood walked in there. That's who walked in there. So what do you think is going to happen? What do you think is going to happen when they find that boy and put all these pieces together? Okay. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think is going to happen?
If that's what you think.
You can say whatever you want. You can say whatever you want. Okay. Maybe this was a freaking accident. Maybe we can fix it. Okay. But the truth don't lie.
Accuse me. Accuse me. No.
I didn't accuse you. I accused Quincy Brown, and maybe there's a part of this that's an accident. Okay. By the
Son had injury to Gannon Jacob South. I don't know about it, or I didn't do it.
Or why is it an or? Why is it an or? Okay, you just that's I don't trust you.
Do it.
No, you didn't say and. You said or.
You're going to do this to me.
Listen. All of this stuff doesn't matter because by the time I saw a puddle of blood on the floor, Gannon was already gone. Okay, he was already walking sluggish to the truck. Okay, and he's God knows where he is if he's even alive, and that's what matters. Okay, I'm just
sluggish to the truck.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm sure he was. Why did you anyways?
To the truck? Really?
Why would he be walking sluggish to the truck? He never does that when he has a tummy accident.
How can you determine sluggish from a video?
Same way you can determine a shadow means somebody's getting out of a truck. Okay, the same bullshit. Okay.
Any different than walking?
You can listen. You claim a shadow. You claim a shadow means Gannon got out the truck. We never saw him. We saw him walk into the truck.
Against Quincy Brown, and you.
Okay, good. I was walking sluggish when I cut my finger. Gannon was walking sluggish after he had a significant head wound with puddle of blood on the floor.
Seen Gannon walk sluggish.
Okay, I'm telling you, he was walking sluggish because he was hurt, and there was a puddle of blood on the floor, and it's probably his blood. I haven't seen no freaking evidence, but I guarantee you it's his blood because it all adds up, Tisha. And he was walking sluggish because of that, just like I was walking sluggish when I cut my finger off. You hit the nail on the head, honey.
Understand, like you're talking. See, this is what's not making any sense. You're trying to say that he got hurt, but I don't even know that he got hurt yet.
Oh, why? Oh, I'm glad you caught yourself.
Video. So you're saying he got hurt Monday morning?
I'm glad you caught yourself. Yep, I'm glad you caught yourself though. Hey, listen, let's stop, okay? Because this is going nowhere. We can fix this. No, I want Gannon. I don't want you in trouble. I'm blaming Quincy Brown, okay? I'm blaming freaking Quincy Brown. I want my son.
Just failed to tell me how we were supposed to be backed away in our American dreams, and you started screaming.
No, because of my son. It's my son's blood all over the freaking house. Okay, my son's blood. If it was Harley's blood, you'd be screaming too. You're screaming, and it's not even your son.
You saw this blood in this Gannon.
I'm assuming who else's blood would be on the floor. Okay, good. Yeah, you got me. I'm assuming. I'm making a serious, legitimate assumption, putting all the pieces together. That is my son's blood. Layla, hey, is Lena cut up? Are you cut up? Is Harley cut up? No, Gannon's the only one missing, and we don't know. So yes, I'm assuming. Okay, I'm not cut up. I wasn't even there.
I'm going to tell you this, Albert.
You can tell me whatever you want to. Now is the time when we fix this. Right now. Okay.
Okay, and I'm telling you right now. You 30 seconds and listen.
All right.
And yelling back at me.
All right.
Gannon Stout was not sluggish other than if his stomach might have been hurt and his foot. There was nothing wrong with Gannon on Monday morning. He had his switch, was playing his switch, and there was nothing wrong with him.
Okay, fine.
Maybe he was a little tired because the boy stayed up night with his stomach hurting, which I messaged you about.
Okay, fine.
Maybe he was a little tired for that part of it, but you can't assume that someone's sluggish and hurt on Monday morning. That is not true. Okay? Dana was under my care and was fine. If he'd been sluggish and hurt getting in your truck, that would have been blood in your truck.
Right.
You do that. People all online talking about he was looking like he was drugged. Really? And drugged. I mean, he takes his medicine. One, okay, his stomach was hurting. Okay, he had a lot of Miralax in his system trying to lean him out.
A parent's worst nightmare is getting a phone call letting them know that something has happened to their child. How much worse must that nightmare be when law enforcement asks?
So what are we about to see in People's Exhibit 338, just to give some context?
The first clip is a view of Letitia along with Deputy James in the back seat of the van. They're sitting in captain's seats. And during that portion of the video, you can see Letitia moving around slightly. And that's because her hands are handcuffed to a belly band around her waist. And she is manipulating her hands out of the handcuffs. And she obtains a Monster Energy can and she strikes Deputy James in the face with that full unopened can of Monster Energy drink and then struggles with Deputy James. I myself have noted several pre-contact cues where she is glancing at Deputy James' waist area where her gun was kept. And then ultimately, whenever I come back to assist Deputy James once the vehicle is stopped, she also glances at my waist where my gun is kept. I took that to be a threat that she was attempting to obtain one of our weapons.
So let's have some context. Where did this occur in that travel from South Carolina to Colorado?
This is in Kansas on Interstate 70.
What approximate speed were you all traveling when this occurred?
About 75 miles an hour.
What was the reaction to this action by the defendant to who was driving?
Deputy Riley was.
What was his reaction to that happening in the backseat of the van?
We immediately start giving commands to Letitia to stop. And as we're doing that, Deputy Riley pulled over to the shoulder of the interstate. Thankfully, there was an area clear for us to pull over and he slammed on the brakes, which put her into the back seat of my seat.
Was that a highly dangerous situation that was unfolding?
Absolutely, yes.
What made it highly dangerous?
Ms. Stout was already suspected of murder and she assaulted a deputy who was armed and attempted to obtain her firearm.
What about the fact that you're on the highway and that action or reaction by Detective Riley had to occur? Did that also enhance the dangerousness of it?
Yes, he wasn't able to exit the vehicle to immediately help us because of traffic that was traveling so quickly next to us.
All right, let's go ahead and play that.
And I believe it's 21 minutes. Would you like me to stay up for this?
Is it
I'm
20?
fine with, yeah, it's roughly that.
Okay, you can go ahead and step down.
Thank you.
You ready?
This would be interesting. I didn't know she had attempted to escape while they were transporting her across states.
Stop. She keeps threatening me. Stop. She keeps on threatening me. I have stopped it. She keeps on. She got out of the streets. She keeps on. Threatening me. I will for you. She keeps put your arm down. She keeps on threatening me.
Holy shit. I have to see that again if y'all checked it out. Oh, just to give the haters an update. Alright, y'all. Remember now. What should I be at? Let's see. Alright, so I've got about still yet I got about 32 or 34 meds ahead basically. So yeah, I think I'm coming down good on my protocol. Now, so today we'll see if I can get by on that. And tomorrow I can start and keep it that way. Or I can start today and continue on tomorrow, keep it that way, or I could try to start that again tomorrow. But that's what it's like when you're trying to at home do it. Like I had to tear about I don't know what you would call it. Imagine a Suboxone strip. Imagine it in half and then imagine like about a 2/10 of that half torn off. About I say 2/10 to estimate how big the little line would be. And I took that off and I put it, and I have, and so as that builds up, because when I get down lower to where I'm reducing it further down, we're talking about like down to just half a strip or low, I'll have these little bitty 2/10 of a strip to take, you know, so that's how I'm doing it. And that's, I watched a video that was exactly an hour and 15 minutes long of a doctor explaining it, uh, of a channel going over it for people. That want to do it, because that's the thing, is that, like, and it's so funny yesterday. It's a good thing I had more than one place, because one of the places I talked to you about that I was having a lot of pain in my mouth. Well, one of the places is actually, it has sort of like an abscess, and they couldn't, they couldn't even touch that one yesterday. Um, so I had, or, uh, or well, it wouldn't, no, that one wasn't even scheduled, but they said that it has, like, it's developing, has a little bit of abscess inflammation, and they said that yesterday, and I couldn't hardly tell, but then today I wake up today and it's like, it feels like it's gotten swollen or bigger enough to where it's abnormal to the point I can tell. And then that shit hurts. You just imagine half of a tooth, um, that broke off, and the other half is below the gum. A little bit of it sticking out the gum, but most of it below the gum, and that gets infected, and the gum tissue inflames. It's inflaming around that tooth that's underneath, and that tooth underneath is caught, so it's fucking. Let's put it this way, I've been eating some really soft food. Oh man. So there she is on the left hand side. So she's the one in front of the camera. She kind of just swung around. She's turning her head in a circle. She looked over. Yeah, it looks like she's looking over at a gun now. She's moving her hands. She's looking over, and boom, slams something right at the guard.
Stop. She keeps threatening. Stop.
Why would someone threatening you cause you to hit him in the back seat? That still don't make any sense.
She keeps on threatening me.
And it was completely silent. So what was the threat?
I have stopped it. She keeps on.
Your hands free. That ain't the way transportation works.
She got out of
Not in custody.
She keeps on. Threatening me. I will for you. She keeps threatening. Put your arm down. Put your arm down. She keeps threatening me the whole time. Tisha, give me your arm. I will to you. Tisha, give me. Tisha, give me your arm. I will to you, but not cooperate with me. Cooperate with me. I will with you, but not with her. Cooperate with me. I will with you, not with her. Tisha? I will with you. I said I would with you. Give me your arm now. I said I would with you. I said I would with you. And I couldn't do this.
Stop resisting.
I'm not resisting. I said I would with her.
Go ahead. I got it on.
Wow.
Stop I'm not
Resisting. Yes, you are. Stop it. Put it behind her back.
Yep.
You just made the rest of that long drive uncomfortable.
Lisa, stop it.
I'm not even doing anything.
Says every criminal.
You just got another charge.
Well, she shouldn't be doing me like this.
Huh. The attitude of somebody that's got nothing to lose.
Stand up. Stop trying to turn. I'm not trying to turn.
You can stay that way the rest of the trip.
Here's what we want to do. We want to the nearest detention facility. Oh, everybody knows.
Oh, could you please untighten it from my hands?
Not right now, teacher.
Yes, it's all my arms.
Too bad.
Lean forward. Lean forward so I can adjust it. Stop manipulating the thumb.
Eating you.
Wow. Unfucking believable. That was a bold fucking attempt. One that you wouldn't have got far. Couldn't see her being the type to be able to steal a car and make her way. Even if she had got away from the vehicle or got out, she would
You
eventually.
good? You make a call yet?
No, I don't know where we're at.
Okay, hang on.
She's like, fuck.
Lock the doors.
Yeah,
Here's what.
that's a better placement. Have a person behind her
Can you
instead
turn the
of
air on?
being to the side of her.
Your white t-shirt.
Well, I asked for help for the air, and she's been nothing but mean to me the whole day.
Oh my God. Don't you hate it whenever they try to act like that? Like, number one, the air's off. They're pulled over because of what she just tried, but yet she gonna try to sit there and act like you turned the air on. Well, she been mean to me all day and stuff. Like, bitch, come on. You ain't
I
that
can't
slick.
breathe.
Don't be
Stop.
saying
I
it.
can't breathe. Put it
Oh.
open so I can breathe. That's all I'm asking for is to breathe. Just
You're talking, so you're breathing, because when you're talking like this, it means you got breath going on in your lungs.
I can't breathe. Stop. I can't breathe. Put it open so I can breathe. That's all I'm asking for is to breathe. Just
You just went for that bitch's head and then her gun, and you think that she ain't gonna be on you every movement now that you make. She gonna be hyper aware, hyper fixated.
I'm just asking to breathe. That's it. It's to breathe. That's all I want to do is breathe.
Man, there have been a lot more people in the situation who couldn't breathe with the police than you have, and it certainly ain't you.
2600 Avenue. We're right by Pretty Horses. On 70.
You know what? Gannon can't breathe either. It's unfortunate, isn't it? Fucking bitch.
I'm not resisting her.
Yeah, you are. Give this bitch everything. Give her.
You're hurting my arm.
Who gives a fuck?
You're hurting my arm.
Who gives a fuck?
You're hurting my arm.
Who gives a
just,
fuck?
It's hurting
Child
my arm.
killer.
Just let my arm up.
Fucking child
It's
killer.
my arm.
The more you press against me, the harder
Man,
I
this
press on
bitch is
the.
making me mad.
It's not the pressure point.
Like, you're making me mad. Like, normally I'm critical of police and stuff, but in this case, and cases like these, and I'm every fucking single police person, I hope that they fucking don't give you fair treatment. You don't deserve it. How the hell are you gonna be so cavalier on Man, that phone call, just hearing her, it's replaying in my head, man. It's just,
My arm is bent backwards and it's hurting.
fuck your arm.
Can you just take
Yes,
pressure
ma'am.
off my
This is
arm?
Detective Bethel with the El Paso County Sheriff's
Please,
Office.
off my arm.
Need a marked unit
I am.
to the 2600
Be like, shut up, bitch. We got to fucking call and report this shit in now because of you.
block of
It's pulling my
Interstate 70.
pulling my wrist. Please.
I have Keisha Felch in custody. She's just attempted to escape and she's trying resisted.
I didn't try to
Hold
escape.
on.
Yeah.
You just tried.
No, I didn't open the door to breathe.
Yes, ma'am. I'm on I-70 westbound in the 2600 block.
Calm. We were not doing anything, correct? Can you please let me with my wrist? Let me speak first, okay?
Okay.
As soon as you try to open that
Do
door.
you remember the last mile marker we hit?
The door so I could breathe. It's hot. I asked you to help me, but you just lean over and don't help. I said, hey, could you please find out how to turn the air on? Hey, the whole time you've been nothing but rude to me.
Keisha.
I'm just putting my arm down because it's hurting. I didn't try to escape or anything. I legit opened the door to breathe.
She tried to escape, Brownie. She be the judge. Come here, Bubba. Come here, Bubba. Be the judge. Come here. Come here and be the lap dog.
It's hurting.
Be the lap dog judge. Come here, Bubba. Come here. Come here. Yeah. Judge Brownie at the bench.
Tell him to pick it up.
Take into the consideration the evidence, Brownie.
You said you would help the arm. I appreciate it.
Brownie's watching the video.
Nope. She's assaulted.
Oh, it's hurting.
Boy, Edward Tom Henry Edward Mingan.
Hurting my
Yeah,
arm.
she bitches a lot. I know.
It's hurting.
84 of 83.
Maintain decorum, Brownie. Maintain decorum.
I did not try to escape.
No, man, I
I
have two
did
other
not. Tell us
deputies with me.
story.
They're accusing her of trying to escape.
Couldn't
What do you
breathe.
think?
I asked you to open the door.
She said she couldn't breathe,
We've
so
got
she
her
tried to
on
open the
right
door.
now. We've got Kansas coming out here now.
Brownie declares that bitch is guilty of trying to escape and being bad at it. Yes, sir. His judgment is swift. Good boy. Good boy.
Well,
You
we're
did
gonna
your
get
good
some
boy. Yeah.
other
You
equipment
found
to
her
at least
guilty.
secure
Good
her,
boy.
or at
Good
least
boy.
have them, somebody take us or
You're such a
escort us to the
good
border,
boy.
and then have one of our people come to the door.
You're such a good boy.
We're hurting my arm.
Okay.
Please.
Yeah, everybody's fine.
So I wonder, like, surely they don't go county to county. Do they just go state? But do they have to transfer her each time they come up to another state line?
You're good. You hit her with a fist. She got out of her cuffs.
She slipped her cuffs and
She
hit
slipped them.
a deputy and tried to escape.
I did not try to escape.
So that's what our plan is. So if you can,
Guilty, Brownie says.
We're all okay.
As soon as we get an escort to the
We just need a
Order.
security
Order in the
to
courtroom.
transport further.
He's a good boy. Yeah.
Yep. We're gonna have, is that for state patrol? We'll have them escort us to the Colorado border.
Are you having a state patrol?
Well, my arm is hurting.
Or who's dispatching out, man? Where you where are you trying to go? Okay.
I just want to get.
They
off
had
my
to get
arm.
state
It's hurting.
patrol resources just to make sure in case something happened.
I feel like you're trying to pull against me. If I could get a state patrol officer.
They had to pay for the hour of the men, the cars, the gas, maintenance, all that.
En route as well to help me
You
escort
cost
to the,
that money.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Colorado border.
Guilty, I say. All right, Brownie. She's guilty. We got it. What say you about her other charge? The heinous one. Guilty. Yeah. Well,
Yes,
jury
ma'am. I
done
put my
that. What do you
partner,
sentence her
Detective
to?
Riley, on the
Life
phone,
in
too.
prison without the possibility of parole.
Thank you.
Judgment of the
Yes,
court.
ma'am.
That's fair, Brownie.
Okay, thank you.
We're at 284.
Okay.
Don't you look at me with that ear up like that. He looks at me with my dog will look at me with one ear up. He'll, like, whenever he's being playful or something, I'll be like, what is it now? He'll look over at me and he's got one ear up at attention and the other one is flat down. Like, my grandpa don't even understand how he does that. Makes him laugh. Well, don't you look at me with that ear up like that. What is it? What is it? Whenever I say what is it to him, his head, boy, it goes left and right, boy, because he's sitting there, he's like, what is he saying? Yes, say I understand the English language a little bit. Maybe not perfect, but I understand it. Don't you, Bubba? Yeah. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. They were so nice to him yesterday, and everybody kept wanting to try to pet him, and I had to be like, no. Uh, I did let this one person that was next to me. Uh, they had they were there with her sister and her mother, and she really liked him, and he showed an interest in her, so I was like, yeah, you can pet him, it's okay. Uh, but he was really all his attention was on, it stayed on me and a little bit of the surrounding area. Like, 'cause whenever we go out, he he's either looking at me and he's checking out around us. It's just back and forth the whole damn time, isn't it? Bro? Yeah. Say he's getting so much better in some of his training. And I had the training pouch on, and I didn't even have to, make a big deal. Of course, if they didn't want him in there because of training, I would have just left him out. I would let him out with Grandpa. Because Grandpa stayed outside with the car running. But no, he was able to go in, and I just they didn't mind. And they were so nice and accommodating because I was able to loop him to the chair fixture underneath me. And when I had gotten up, I said, has he been sitting down the whole time? Good. They said he's been sitting right there underneath you. I was like, yeah, he ain't gonna move, not without Daddy. He ain't going anywhere, are you? Say nope. Brownie and the devil's lettuce until the expiration date on this card here are gonna be my only sources of medicine here and soon. I ain't even gonna be smoking the devil's lettuce no more. Ain't that right, Brownie? We can't smoke it when we go work in healthcare anyways. Not unless Afro Man becomes president and makes it legal. I'm gonna vote for Afro Man.
Please lift up my wrist. No, not up for that. After what? Once you're
Yes, ma'am. We're doing
Just on principle, I gotta vote up for Afro Man.
an expedition.
I didn't try to escape. I opened the door to breathe.
Back
You
to
know that.
Colorado.
You don't open the door to breathe, bitch. You roll down the window.
Yes, I did.
Cuffs and
You know-
assaulted the deputy. We have her under control right now. But we would appreciate
I just feel like it's breaking my wrist.
Crazy bitch.
Let's start with the first one.
I'm sorry, you guys. I'm getting into this case. I hadn't gotten into it. So for any of you that have already seen it, I apologize. Begs for immunity. Wow, immunity.
6:18 a.m. Do they check in ditches under bridges?
A crime analyst takes the stand in the Letitia Stout trial.
Oh my God, she did searches like, man, I swear to God, Dan.
And breaks down the intricate timeline of events before and after the death of 11-year-old Gannon Stout. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. The Letitia Stout trial has been going on for about a month now out of Colorado, and there is still important evidence and testimony being presented in court. Now, remember, this is the 39-year-old mother who killed her 11-year-old stepson, Gannon Stout, back in January.
Killed the stepson. Man. It's like the evil stepmother fucking story. Like, I mean, that you don't really have to go too far as to ask how or why in this case, because I mean, you always have that question, and it's such a bigger question, it seems, whenever it's an actual daughter or child of the real person, the defendant. But in this case, and I don't mean to be biased or anything, or like just automatically think a certain way, but the fact that from the argument between the couple, from what I heard, former couple, and the fact that that it was his son, but obviously it was a son from another relationship or marriage. So one just automatically thinks, well, since it wasn't her, or at least I do, I tend to automatically think, well, the fact it wasn't her blood relative child, that came from her womb, she probably didn't have, I mean, to have no issue with killing, period, is messed up, but you got to be really, it's another step to be so far out there that you kill someone in your own family. And to be fair, we need to recognize that this was somebody in her own family, just not blood relative. So while it still may have been the stepson, it still was a son, supposed to have been a son to her. And she violated that. She violated the marriage she had. She violated the trust. She violated, hell, just common sense and decency with the way she acted on that telephone call, with how she acted in the vehicle a while ago on the way to court. Those are not the actions of an innocent person.
February of 2020. Now, you might notice I didn't say
They're just,
allegedly.
I'm sorry, they're just not. Like, I've seen so much from here already, and this ain't even the tip of the iceberg. Especially, like I don't watch Sav Girl. I haven't watched anything except for the controversy about her. Like, I didn't even catch her during the Kylie Rodney thing. I remember seeing Ryan Upchurch with her. Remember seeing him on that panel on another channel that I probably watched that was discussing it, because I watched channels that talked about it. But I never tuned into any of the stuff when as it was happening or when it went down. Like, I didn't see the Zanime being what he called her. I didn't see that when it happened or anything else. And that's what's crazy, is that the person that took up for Zanime, and even Scooter Vegans has acknowledged this. It's like, whenever it's a woman and this stuff happens to, this, she had, I don't even think that that person was as harassed as much as I have been. Like, did they get dildos sent to them in the mail? That yarmulkes and peanut butter and other types of stuff that are reference to things said and done online to invoke humiliation. So by sending that stuff in the mail, it's another form of harassment. They can they're going to try to look at it from the perspective of, oh, it's just some blah 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 blah. What's the big deal? But that's not what it's about. They know what the big deal is. And the fact that one of the people who stood up for Xana May during the Kylie Rodney stuff and Ryan Upchurch, basically was defending Xana May and the stuff that she was getting from, and I don't think he, how do I say this? Like, Fusion knows like, the attitude that Ryan has on social media, which has been the main thing that Dag Burns highlighted and talked about, is that everyone that follows him has a tendency and possibility of mimicking that behavior that he has shown. And if anyone's paid attention, whether it's PBR and the Rodney thing, or Xana May X calling her a fat hoe, and Fusion having to, he did an interview with her and everything because he rubbed shoulders with a lot of Creek Squad channels and they do stuff together. Y'all are probably wondering, what the fuck does this got to do with the woman on the screen? Nothing. I'm getting off topic a little bit, but and I apologize. But yeah, let's get back to the video on screen. Sorry.
Killed because Letitia Stout already admitted that she killed Gannon, stabbed him, shot him, but she is pleading not guilty by reason of insanity.
Shit, you probably, I'm sorry. She's not
Her
insane.
defense highlighted that she has dissociative identity disorder. Basically, the defense is arguing that she wasn't aware of her actions at the time. She didn't appreciate or know what she did was wrong when she killed Gannon. It's a very high burden.
Yeah.
But what we know is that prosecutors say Letitia Stout attacked and killed Gannon in his bedroom on January 27th, 2020 in El Paso County, Colorado, where they resided.
Remember, we just heard the call about him asking about the blood in the bedroom.
Blood on his mattress and walls of his bedroom, as well as on Stout's shoe and possibly in her car. They also say her DNA was on a gun connected to the crime, and they were able to track her car to the area where a plywood board was found with Gannon's blood on it.
Wow.
And then, of course, there is her behavior and statements. So Letitia Stout was acting very suspicious when Gannon was first reported missing. She told several different stories about what happened to her stepson. She originally claimed that Gannon was at a friend's house and never returned home, even though she couldn't provide the name of that friend. Another story was that a man...
Well, I mean, I'm sorry, but like, red flag number one. I mean, hello?
Named Eduardo raped her and kidnapped Gannon. And she also claimed...
Wow. So, you're telling me between initially hearing that he's ran away or went to a friend's house and didn't return, and they find out that they don't buy it, obviously, because she doesn't have the name of the fucking friend or parents. Then she says a guy, so then she says this about somebody abusing her and taking him. And at a point, they must have not or been able to verify that that wasn't true either. So why the fuck wasn't she arrested already?
Came to Gannon's father that a man named Quincy Brown took Gannon. Well, what happens? The month after...
So that's who the Quincy guy was they're talking about.
Gannon disappears, Letitia Stout rents a budget rental van and proceeds to drive her and her daughter all the way down to Florida. 6 weeks after that trip, Gannon Stout's body is found in a...
Because they're running away.
Suitcase underneath a bridge in northwestern Florida.
That's fucked up, man. That's fucked up. Prayers to the father and grandparents and family of this guy, man. That's this child. He had his whole life ahead of him, man.
So the allegation was that Gannon's remains were in that van. So that's what we know so far. But how does this all fit together? Well, earlier this week, former crime analyst Kevin
He might have been somebody really important too. He could have discovered a cure for something. You know, that's what's so fucked up when you have all these young people dying all the time, is that you don't know who they're bound, what they're bound and going in life to become. and now they're gone. You know, they'll never be able to do it.
Clark took the stand and went into extensive detail of the timeline of Letitia Stauch's activities or alleged activities. I'll give you an example. We're going to start with one time period in particular from 2:29 p.m. on January 27th. This is the day that prosecutors say she killed Gannon, to 6:19 a.m. on January 28th. Clark testified about how Letitia Stauch wasn't using her phone all that much, considering that she usually would frequently use her phone.
Before I get into a specific item, was the defendant a fairly prolific user of her cell phone?
Yes, lots of activity.
All times of the day, essentially?
And sometimes at night, yes.
Was there a period of time when there was an abnormal lack of use of her cell phone?
There was.
What time and date was that?
This was Monday, the 27th, late morning into early afternoon. It was about a 4-hour period of no activity.
So does that coincide with the time frame of when the defendant and Gannon left the residence roughly 10 in the morning to go to Petco and were gone, and then they returned at about 2:20?
That does encompass that time, yes.
Is there a period of time when they're back at home after returning from Petco, that Petco run, where there's still a lack of cell phone activity on the defendant's phone?
There is.
Did that appear to be unusual based on her prior usage?
It did.
And then on the night of January 28th, just after 7 p.m., Stauch's phone was placed on airplane mode and remained off network at 9 p.m. when, as I mentioned, they're able to track her car to the area where they found that bloodied board. And speaking about tracking and movements, Clark testifies that surveillance video from a neighbor shows Stauch and Gannon returning home at around 2 p.m. on January 27th, again, the day they believe that Letitia killed Gannon. And then fast forward to 6:30 a.m. the next morning, Stauch is leaving for about 10 minutes and then comes back. Now, we don't know exactly what she was doing. But by the way, this is after Gannon was reported missing. It's also important to note that on the day Gannon vanished, Stauch is shown on tape backing cars into the driveway. Why is that important? Well, because Clark said after reviewing previous videos, that is not something Miss Stauch typically does. Okay.
Backed into the driveway to probably load him in. Man, that's fucking...
Like many other murder investigations, there's the phone data, right? I talked about the inactivity, but there's so much more here. So Kevin Clark dives into what is found in Letitia Stauch's text messages. Clark starts with text messages between Letitia and Gannon's father, Al Stauch, on the day before Gannon's death. The night before Gannon went missing, Letitia texts Al that Gannon isn't feeling well.
The next entry, and it looks like the last entry that you have on the timeline for Sunday night or Sunday, January 26th, is at 11:30 p.m. What is that?
So it takes Harley approximately 20 minutes to get home. Harley's now home when this message from the defendant goes to Mr. Stauch. It's 11:30 p.m. Sunday night, and it reads, Gannon was on the toilet most of the night upstairs and downstairs. He had a candle on earlier tonight because he said he kept smelling poop from his accidents in his pants. That's what he told us afterwards. And he went for his headphones and dropped it, catching the covers and couch, small spot, on fire. I got Lena and dogs outside when we heard fire alarm. But once I got down there to get him, I had to throw another cover on it. It was minimal. No need to call for help or anything because nothing too bad. He is upset and wrote on the notebook he was sorry. He didn't want me to tell you because he was scared and freaking out about getting in trouble and being grounded. It's stuff we can fix and everyone is okay. I burnt my arm a little, but it's all good. He was more scared and embarrassed.
So it appeared that Gannon wasn't feeling well and most likely wasn't going to go to school the next day. And according to what we just heard, apparently there was also an accident that night where Gannon dropped a candle in the house that caused him to burn himself. In fact, earlier on in the trial, we heard audio from a video from that night after this candle incident, and Kevin Clark testified to this.
Because we got to get it fixed, so lady, don't be mad at us and kick us out the house. Okay? You got it? You got it?
I'm just worried about my
Okay, shh. Listen.
The next entry is at 9:46 p.m. What is that entry?
This is the video taken from the defendant's phone, video number 6115, and it's the video of a candle had spilt, and the defendant is telling Gannon about how they're going to have to sell items to pay to fix it, and it ends with Gannon saying, "I'm just worried about my burns," and then the defendant saying, "So tomorrow," and then ending the movie.
It's interesting. It's interesting. But the question, of course, is she telling the truth about Gannon's health? It's awfully curious that he's having these issues the day before she allegedly kills him.
Yeah.
And by the way, on an earlier episode of Sidebar, we actually broke down a few of the many lies of Letitia Stout that she told throughout the investigation. We heard earlier in the trial from Leslie.
Yeah, one wonders almost, did she abuse him?
Hicks, the assistant principal of Gannon's middle school, who testified about Letitia Stout texting her in the early morning hours of January 27, 2020. Kevin Clark backed up Hicks' testimony with the data.
The next entry is at 4:36 a.m. What is that?
This is a message from the defendant to Ms. Hicks, the assistant principal. And the defendant sent a message saying, "I'm sorry for the time of night message, but my stepfather passed away. Someone hit him with a car while he was walking. I can update you at a later time," and included the crying face emoji.
We had testimony from Dakota Lowry,
Wait, so she said to the principal that her stepdad died?
the defendant's brother. What did the defendant's stepfather pass away on this January 27th date?
No.
When did he actually pass away? Do you remember? Was it years before this?
It was September 21st of 2006, I believe.
Wow.
Letitia Stout lies to Leslie Hicks about her stepfather. Why is she lying about Gannon? That is the question. And
seems like it'd be easier to just say he's sick or something, or he won't be coming in.
Also, Mr. Clark finds it odd that Letitia decides to leave her phone at home.
The next entry you have is at 9:54 a.m. to 9:59 a.m. What is that?
So this is getting ready to go on their outing Monday afternoon.
So they must have the car must be so newer to where it has a thing in it that can track the everywhere it drives. Like all the newer cars, it's, I think with these updated new computer systems, you know, they have the ability to, maybe they can only go so far back, or maybe they can go all the way back to every time. You know, that'd be cool, and that's probably a way that they're making cars nowadays, that way if it's ever wrecked or into a crime or involved in it, you can go into the computer and you can see literally every trip taken. They should measure like every trip, where, when, the distance and speed and all that, basically from any time you go somewhere and stop and you turn the car off, and the car's off for more than, you know, just let's say they make it so many minutes, and then when it's off, then boom, that's counted as a whole trip, or as part of, you know.
So at 9:54 to 9:59 a.m., these messages were sent to Mr. Stout from the defendant.
That would really help in a lot of things, like trying to figure things out.
Starts out with saying, "Left phone at home, call G's on my watch. It may stay connected, and we will monitor it." And then at 9:59, Mr. Stout replies with K. And then, oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I think I was going to ask just what you were getting ready to jump into. So that text message about leaving home happens between 9:54 and 9:59. What time did they actually depart? When I say they, tell us who the they is.
They, the defendant and Gannon, actually departed at 10:12.
And we see that on video that we previously admitted, Exhibit 41, the surveillance video from 664
Okay, so they didn't get it from the vehicle, they got it from the video.
3-Man Drive.
That's correct.
The next entry you have is at 10:39 a.m. to 2:45 p.m. What is that?
So after they leave, from 10:39 a.m. to 2:45 p.m., the defendant's phone had no outgoing activity. In fact, all of the incoming calls and text messages, the phone was in fact left at home, because here's the tower and sector that's servicing that activity.
Yeah, she left it at home.
We know through financials and other investigative leads that the defendant drove the red Nissan truck up to the Petco on North Nevada. During this time, the phone was active at the house, but all incoming activity. There was no outgoing activity.
Mm.
Based on looking at the download and other data points for the defendant's phone, was it unusual for her to leave her phone at home when she would go to trips to stores or what have you?
Probably never happens.
This is the only instance I know of that happening.
Exactly.
First, it seems Letitia Stout is basically lying to Al, Gannon's father, saying that the phone was left at home, but they didn't leave the house yet. Then there's about a 4-hour period where there's no outgoing activity on Letitia's phone. She does
4 hours. I'm sorry, but that's not normal for anyone to be away from their phone that long, unless perhaps they're working and they're just that type of person. You know, today it could be argued so easily, especially with the fact that they can look back through the logs and see how often you go inactive.
respond to a text message from Al, and then there's no activity on her phone until 3:32 p.m. Letitia's daughter,
No, 3:32. No.
Lena, gets home from school at 3:15 p.m. Letitia's other daughter, Harley, gets home from work at 4:37 p.m. And then Kevin Clark points out that Letitia Stout then told her daughters to pick up cleaning supplies and what the significance of that may be.
The next entry is at 4:51 p.m. What is that entry?
Right about the time the FaceTime happens, both Harley and Lena leave the house together in the white Jetta.
The next entry is at 4:52 p.m. What is that?
The defendant sends a text message to Harley saying carpet powders, 2 things, baking soda, trash bags.
Why is that significant?
Cleaning products.
As it relates to cleaning products, what does the investigation show as to the likely time that Gannon was murdered?
Prior to Lena getting home from school.
On this January 27th?
That's correct.
Do you ever see, through any portion of the investigation from that point on, ever see Gannon alive on any videos, audio recordings, or anything like that?
You do not.
So you get the implication there about why she wanted these cleaning supplies and the time she wanted these cleaning supplies. Now, after Harley and Lena return home, Letitia claims to her family members that Gannon is at a friend.
And I can't imagine the cruelty of doing that, asking your daughter, because one of them had to be old enough to where they could drive and they worked. And I've always felt like even my because I have 2 siblings that are like step siblings. And even though it doesn't feel, as close as or like regular as the sibling that I grew up and I'm with, because, blood, I always felt like, a care for that. Can you imagine that finding out your mom gets arrested and you find out in the trial that when you were sent and asked to pick up those cleaning supplies, those were the very things that you had in your hand and handed to your mom or brought back home that were used to clean up your siblings' murder? Like, I cannot, she's fucked up for doing that. Like, she didn't even have the gall and didn't want to go inside someplace and buy them herself because she knew she'd be on camera. But she wasn't smart enough to think that they wouldn't look at all this stuff.
Gannon's house and told him to be home by 6 p.m. She updates Gannon's father. That one drive that she ended up taking with her daughter, Stout doesn't go out again. And what does Clark say that Letitia Stout was doing? Instead, well, data indicates she was on social media. And then between 6:54 and 6:58 p.m. on January 27th, Letitia repeatedly calls
She was tweeting.
law enforcement to report Gannon missing. From there, Stout is in the middle of text exchange and calls between her and Harley and Al. But here is something else that is very odd. Later on in the night, there is an outgoing call. But from who?
And then 10:03 p.m., what is that?
It's an outbound call from Gannon's phone to Landon that lasted 4 minutes and 28 seconds.
Based on
Gannon
the
had a
indications
phone?
that you testified to earlier, is Gannon alive at 10:03 p.m. on January 27th?
No.
And yet a phone call is originating from Gannon's phone to Landon's phone, which is Gannon's mother. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do we know who was using Gannon's phone at that particular time?
It was the defendant.
Letitia Stout using Gannon's phone to
How do
call
they
his
know-
biological
how do they
mother
know
while
that?
he's missing? That's curious. Police eventually arrive at the home.
Call his bio. That is so fucked up. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Later on in the night, they stay for almost 2 hours. That's basically the end of the day of Gannon's disappearance. So as we know, Letitia Stout was arrested on March 2nd, 2020, and Gannon's remains were found a couple weeks later on March 17th, 2020 in Pace, Florida. As I mentioned, the forensics and odd statements and actions of Letitia Stout are being used by Colorado prosecutors to show that she murdered her stepson. But now, let's get into the internet searches, which, as we know, here on Sidebar and Law and Crime,
God.
those searches tell us so much in these kinds of criminal cases, and they really do here. The analysis of Letitia Stout's phone gets very, very interesting when crime and intelligence analyst Kevin Clark testifies about what he found in Letitia Stout's web search history. Here are her Google searches on February 20th, 2020, almost a month after Gannon's disappearance.
As it relates now to the those wire collected phone calls
So while the missing report investigations in progress.
in those specific calls about fakepolygraph.com, did you find anything in the defendant's cell phone download that coincided with attempts to get a fake polygraph report?
I did.
How did you find that information?
A fake polygraph report.
The web search and web history portion of the cell phone download, I can see all the searches made and then the websites visited.
And so just for context purposes, when we were talking about the cell phone usage on the 27th and 28th, that particular phone, we heard testimony from Commander Mitch Mahalko that it was seized on January 29th. The testimony that you're talking about now, as far as it relates to the fake polygraph information, what phone is that specifically?
This is going to be the defendant's third phone, the one that we
Good God, they got 3 phones.
took in South Carolina.
She allegedly not only searches for fake polygraph tests, but also then ends up trying to pay for fake polygraph test results from a company.
Wow.
Now, again, remember, under Colorado law, insanity is about whether essentially the defendant knew right from wrong. And when you have someone who is seemingly figuring out ways to fake a polygraph test, that arguably shows she knows what she did will get her into trouble and she's trying to get out of it, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Give you another idea of that. Listen to what Kevin Clark and investigators found in the Notes app of Letitia Stout's phone.
So we got the top half of
Good Lord.
the left side of that page on the screen right now. Tell the jury what we're looking at there.
So this is the notes section of the phone. Many of the phones come equipped with a place you can write down notes and thoughts as a standard part of the phone. And so in the notes section of the phone, on February 19th at 2020, at 11:53 a.m. local time in Colorado. So this was actually 1:53 p.m. when the defendant did this in her local time out in South Carolina.
1:53 p.m. you mean?
Yes, did I say?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, at 1:53 p.m.
Okay.
So there's a 2-hour time difference between Mountain Time and East Coast time. And so the title of the note is, "In the case involving missing child Gannon Stout, do you intend on ...
Now we're going to go over to the right side of page 1, looking at the top quarter of that page. Tell the jury what we're looking at there.
Like I previously described, the title, if not manually entered, it's going to take the first part of the first paragraph, and this is what you see. So there's a question in the body of the note saying, in the case involving missing child Gannon Stauk, do you intend on telling the truth, question mark.
And the next line?
The next one is a second question.
And that's a no, like I wonder how long it took the jury.
Saying, in the case involving your stepson, Gannon, did you inflict harm on him in any way?
I gotta say, those are some good poised, worded questions. Man, that just demonstrates that she knew what she did. This woman is not and was not insane.
And then the third question is, did you accidentally hurt him in a physical way? And the fourth question is, did you murder your stepson? And the fifth.
I think all the way up, even, up until now, let's say these questions were never found, it wouldn't be. The fact they were found, it removes a lot, even more with what little doubt was left. But when you get to some of the questions that were just now said, I think that, like, that for me in the courtroom, that would have been the moment, like, no doubt was left. So when they ask beyond a reasonable doubt, oh, it's guilty beyond more than a reasonable doubt, is damn sure she did this horrible shit.
Fifth question is, do you know personally who is involved with your stepson's disappearance?
Wow.
Is that the sum of the first page of people?
Remember, this is just a month after and a month before he was found.
Was Exhibit 692.
It is.
Wow. Now, again, we know that Letitia Stauk killed her stepson, Gannon. But all this activity that took place after his death, just on Letitia Stauk's phone alone, when we're asking, did she fully appreciate what she did?
No.
I don't know. Clark would go into more Google searches that were found on Letitia's phone, and it definitely gets more interesting.
What is the next search on February 21st, 2020?
7:23 p.m. Need a guy who wants me to move in.
Huh.
The next search on February 21st, 2020?
7:24 p.m. Find a man.
She knew that the fact that, like, she knew that, I mean, there was not going to be any staying with him or keeping that relationship after that son in her care that's not her son, from her womb, goes missing. I mean, just the way she was acting on that phone call alone, I'm surprised she didn't get charged sooner with just, endangering a child because the child's missing and it's her fault. But, they wanted to wait because they obviously had figured it must have been worse than that. Man, I hate that.
And with a place to let me move in.
And then do we have, let me see, 4 searches on February 22nd, 2020?
Yes.
What is the first one?
Find a man with a place to let me move in.
And then do we have, let me see, 4 searches on February 22nd, 2020?
Yes.
What is the first one?
9:50 a.m. Change my facial appearance, but appearance is misspelled APPE.
She'd be better off just finding an Airbnb that's owned by a dude and trying to work her moves on him once she got there.
ARMCE.
And the next search
I'm
on
sorry, I'm just saying that's what just came to my mind. Like,
February 22nd, 2020?
Also at 9:50 a.m.
They don't have an app for trying to find a temp guy or a side dude or whatever. You just, wow.
Drastic ways to change your appearance.
Wow.
The next search on February 22nd, 2020?
She was thinking of booking it. She was about to get little, aka she was about to run.
2 minutes later, see what my face will, but misspelled SILL, period, be with plastic surgery.
What?
In the next search on February 22nd,
I wonder
2020.
where she thought she was going to get the money for this plastic surgery.
Also at 9:52, plastic surgery, Myrtle Beach, SC.
Did this
Well, she was looking for a place to get it.
indicate to you that the defendant is still indicating a willingness or want to change her appearance to evade the investigation?
Yes,
And then do we have 4 searches on February 23rd, 2020?
we do.
What is the first one?
3:08 a.m., Gannon Stout found.
Was he found on February 23rd?
No.
What's the next search on February 23rd, 2020?
8:24 a.m., replacement passport.
The next search on February 23rd, 2020?
3:15 p.m., shock from period, watching someone get shot.
Is someone misspelled?
I tell y'all what. You know what? We're taking a break for a second. Workyverse, thanks for the brain dead fool that decided to text that phone. I hope you know that your mail that my so-called wants to be creepy dude that wants to be my dad sent. Yeah, your mail, it along with the last package are that they're going to be going to the FBI, dude. I had set that last box up by the door, and when that box came in today, uh, I just knew it, and I barely cut it open with scissors, and I just kind of pulled the paper stuff back with the scissor without cutting it, damaging it too much, and then I pushed it back in there, and I closed the box over it. I saw what it was. I slid it back over there, and I'm gonna put some gloves on. I'm gonna carry that shit. That shit is going to be turned in. You motherfuckers are not gonna keep getting away with this shit. You are terrorizing me. You're making me feel fucking paranoid. You're making me worry about all types of things from your lies and your distortion of my character. You are playing with my mind maliciously, and you fucking don't know the word stop. You're acting just how my brother did that one time. These motherfuckers don't know the word stop. S-T-O-P. Stop. Use it in a sentence. I'll give you an example. I am currently stopping my prescription drug use as for my health routine, as a part of my health routine. Okay, there it is in a sentence. I am going to stop using prescription drugs as a part of my health regimen. How about that? All right, I am going to stop calling and making videos and tagging and other things about this guy that doesn't want me to keep bothering him, which would be me, and that would be you. Michael Gandy, Kyle Vickery, Jonathan McCraney. These are just some of the names associated with these people. I mean, Charles Davis, Tim Faust. This part, Tim Faust straight up threatened that he was going, all because he was on a panel, got told or had seen while they were sniping me watch a cartoon vid of his that somebody in the comments under their direction probably fucking advised me to go check it out. I checked it out. I didn't like it. I went to go reporting it. As I'm reporting it, it got taken down, and he fucking goes on a tirade and says, next time you go online, I'm gonna pay some black hackers to put some CP on your computer while you're online. Every time you go online, you fucking uh something bitch. And then he said that he said I don't care if you don't like it, you can go suck a dick. He said you can go suck a dick with fucking baby something Harry Ball. I mean, it was weird, the shit that he said, but it was threatening. Even though it was weird, it was still threatening to fucking say, "Oh, I'm gonna hire a black hacker to do that." Like, because I don't doubt that these people do know some fucking black hackers that would do them a favor or solid or something. And I don't want that. So I have tried to say, all right, how about, I'll just do my own thing and leave y'all alone. No, but I mean, now Triple T hasn't bothered me anytime recently. So, I mean, people may be like, well, why do you have to name him? Well, I mean, I'm just saying the names of the people because it has to do with criminal acts that's occurred on public, online, and a big body of people have all witnessed them that I just named. Witnessed, if not been actually involved in some of them, may or may not have been. You got people like, Tracy Warfield. She also was a part of them, and yeah, I'm naming her and Kelly Warfield too. As far as I'm concerned, I'm still naming them because of what they did with me and Dumb Genius in that group. David, I don't know about David. I don't know. I won't name him fully. I don't. But you think I trust or Chrissy? Like I don't. You know, I say Tracy and Kelly because they were involved in the funeral fucking call and gave the information to Filthy. And they can say at the end of the day that they think he's Walter, don't know who he is. I'm pretty sure that he's not Walter, and he ain't anybody that's been revealed. You know, ours and usernames, I'll fucking do it. And then that's their job to go and look up that fucking user and try to figure out through whatever methods and technology process they can who the fuck that is.
Spelled? Yes, it's spelled Someoke.
Is this the first indication that we have, well, let me back up a little bit. Gannon's body still had not been found by this time, right?
Not yet.
Is this the first indication that we have of consciousness by the defendant of Gannon being shot?
Yes.
And then the final search on February 23rd, 2020.
Yeah, she did that.
5:13 p.m. Face mask that looks real to disguise.
Wow.
Change facial appearance? Drastic ways to change appearance? Clearly, this is someone trying to disappear and get away. No? Again, if she knew killing Gannon was a crime and the police would be after her, she can't really claim insanity.
Nope.
All right. Now let's get into some of the most disturbing Google searches that were found on Letitia Stauch's phone.
Just viewer discretion is advised, folks.
And these regarded the state of her stepson Gannon's body.
The date ranges are February 27th through March 1st. And this is still off of phone number 3, the South Carolina phone.
This is still about 19 days approximately. At the ending for this period is just 19 days for finding.
Are there 7 searches that occurred on February 27th, 2020?
There are.
What is the first search?
7:03 a.m. How do police tell whose body has been found?
Considering
Wow.
the circumstances in this case where Gannon's body had not been found for
2 months now.
a number of days, almost 2 full months, does that seem to indicate, from your perspective, some knowledge that it's going to be difficult to identify Gannon's remains?
It indicates to me that there's research being done to see how difficult it would be.
What is the next search on February 27th, 2020?
7:58 a.m. Can God help me escape jail time? And escape is misspelled ESCAOE.
The next search on February 27th, 2020?
That probably came back
8:05
no
a.m.
matches.
How do, period. They identify
Wow.
find people who want to go to, period, jail.
The next search on February 27th,
What?
2020?
8:58 a.m. Spanish girl names.
Is Maria Sanchez a Spanish girl name?
Very traditional, yes.
Is Little Lucia potentially a Spanish girl
Little
name?
Lucia.
Yes.
The next search on February 27th, 2020?
9:04 a.m. Petco, Nevada, Colorado Springs.
Was that a point of reference in this investigation?
3 times.
And then the final search on February 27th, 2020, what is it?
10 a.m. Find an immigrant who will admit to a crime.
Wow.
It is incredibly chilling to think that this woman was Googling what her stepson's body will look like after decomposing. But it's also so problematic for her. Because like I said, it seems like she's trying to figure out how to get away with this.
Find an immigrant and pay for them to admit to murder.
That's the allegation, at least. As I always say, it's not my
What would be their compensation? Their whole family being allowed to come to the U.S. I mean, that'd be a big thing to provide.
decision. It's not what I believe. It's all up to the jury. It's all up to the jury to determine her guilt.
I tell you what, I know people in common sense, and that's pretty common that she did that.
But here's what we know. Kevin Clark was a huge, impactful witness for the prosecution. And he was able to tie this timeline all together and make sense of it. And with the trial winding down, Letitia Stauch's defense team will have some very heavy lifting to do to fight for their client. That's all we have for you here on Sidebar, everybody.
I
Thank you.
cannot believe that. We're going to take a music break.
Standing in the rain with his head hung low, couldn't get a ticket, it was a sold out show. Heard the roar of the crowd, he could picture the scene, put his ear to the wall, then like a distant scream, he heard one guitar. Store. Didn't know how to play it, but he knew for sure that one guitar felt good in his hands. Didn't take long to understand. Just one guitar slung way down low was a one-way ticket, only one way to go. Gonna stop, gotta keep on rocking. Someday gonna make it to the top and be a jukebox hero. Don't stop in here. He's a jukebox hero. He took one guitar. Jukebox hero. He'll come alive tonight. In a town without a name, heavy downpour. Thought he cast his own shadow by the backstage door, like a trip through the past. That day in the rain, and that one guitar made his whole life change. Now he needs to keep it rocking. He just can't stop. Gotta keep on rocking. That boy has got to stay on top. Be a jukebox hero. He's a jukebox hero. Yeah. Is it loving in your eyes all the way? If I listen to your lies, would you say I'm a man without ambition? I'm a man who doesn't know how to stand contradiction. You come and go. You come and go. Come a chameleon. You come and go. You come and go.
Could have been easy if Squizzy was on them pills.
Red, gold, and green. Red, gold, and green. Didn't hear your wicked words every day. And you used to be so sweet, I heard you say that my love was
Motherfuckers won't call me.
Our love is strong.
Stuck my dick. I'm gonna get a new number. Then what you want?
You string along.
Do.
Come a chameleon. You come and go. You come and go.
Could have been easy if Squizzy had taken you.
Red, gold, and green. Red, gold, and green. Every day is like survival. You're my lover, not my bride. Guess who just got back today? Them wild-eyed boys that had been away. Haven't changed, had much to say. But man, I still think them cats are crazy. They were asking if you were around, how you was, where you could be found. Told them you were living downtown, driving all the old men crazy. The boys are back in town, boys are back in town. I said, the boys are back in town. The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. You know that chick that used to dance a lot? Every night she'd be on the floor shaking what she'd got. Man, when I tell you she was cool, she was red hot. I mean, she was steaming. And that time over at Johnny's place, well, this chick got up and she slapped Johnny's face. Man, we just fell about the place. If that chick don't wanna know, forget her. The boys are back in town. The boys are back in town. I said, the boys are back in town. 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 Spread the word around. Guess who's back in town? You spread the word around.
Guess who's back in town?
Friday night they'll be dressed to kill down at Dino's Bar and Grill. The drink will flow and blood will spill. And if the boys wanna fight, you better let them. That jukebox in the corner blasting out my favorite song. The nights are getting warmer, it won't be long. Won't be long till summer comes. Now that the boys are here again. The boys are back in town. 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 Spread the word around. The boys are back in town. The boys are back in town. The boys are back.
And we're back. I'm gonna say that because of the passage of the Big Cat Safety Act, I'm gonna put some light, and we're gonna check out some Joe Exotic. For those of you who don't know who Joe Exotic is Joseph Maldonado Passage, which he got the nickname and went by Joe Exotic or the Tiger King because he had a zoo down in rural Oklahoma that had, I think it had about close to about 200 animals total. One of his biggest things was tigers and his breeding of tigers and different things. And he had this big feud with an animal rights activist. And what's interesting is just last December, which I've just found all this out, but Biden signed what his opponent, Carol Baskin, has been wanting signed into law, the Big Cat Safety Act. I've looked at his case and watched both parts of the Netflix show, and I think he definitely was railroaded in some ways. The whole story of the murder for hire thing doesn't make sense, especially with those other guys that were involved, but freely all turned informants and are open about it, which is just weird. There's just a lot of crazy things about this, so let's get into it.
The loudest mouth gets the most attention.
It's the shocking feud that has captivated the world.
A co-host with me again tonight, Carolyn. How you doing?
The exotic zoo owner with a bad mullet and an itchy trigger finger. The big cat rescuer whose husband vanishes and leaves her millions.
What did happen?
And that husband, she had tried saying that Homeland Security had verified he was down in Costa Rica. That turned out to be false. And what's interesting about that is that just up until last year, they had new developments in the case. There's a lot of people that are trying to help get Joe out. And not only that, there's a guy that's personally investigating that whole missing guy that died case. Because not only did he have bukus of money, the way but it most certainly had to be more like she had set it up, was that in the event of him disappearing, everything would transfer to her, because obviously that if she was a part of it, which people think she is, I kind of lean towards probably she is. She had want a body found, so um, even though they were married, the assets might have been tied up had that provision not been put in there. So come on, who has that provision put in there?
To him. We have airboats, we have helicopters, and we are looking for God.
It's all fun and games until whispers.
But it was just things like that and the other stuff with him doing, he should have never done, because all it did was create enough open tension where it allowed that murder for hire shit to be speculated and then made.
Of murder are revealed.
The person that did this was very good. 20 years, they don't have a clue.
Carol's ground him up and fed him to the tigers.
In this 3-part special, we go beyond the hype for the real story of Joe Exotic and Carol Baskin.
What is this really about?
It's all coming back to Don Lewis.
The brash strategy to get Joe out of jail.
If we just check the septic tank and find the body, then we walk Joe out.
The unanswered questions about the hitman plot.
You're going to give this fool $3,000 to go kill somebody? Bull.
And exclusive news.
Exactly. $3,000 also was the amount that supposedly the former been to prison couple time felon, he was just gonna risk his life and everything for just $3,000. Well, originally it's supposed to have been 5 and it ended up just being 3. And when they were coming up with the hit, Joe was back in his office and the guy that's supposed to do it and another person and the guy that another guy that turned that was working there named Jeff Lowe, he was actually showing the route on Google Maps and everything. Like I said, while Joe was Joe's not even a part of this little huddle up. Come on now.
New details about the disappearance of Don Lewis.
We had the cadaver dog hit numerous times close to this dock. I think it's a good time to approach him and talk to him. Game on.
Kenny, right?
It's tigers, lies, and cover-up. Oh my.
So we got tiger lies and cover up. Oh my, I don't want to get hit on this, so I'm going to make sure that I'm monitoring because this is something that I would worry about getting hit on. I'm going to have to pause it and add some commentary. I'm going to have to make sure to be doing that a bunch on this stuff. I need to update my description later on with what I've done and used last time because that's what I'm going to be doing a lot of the times is doing juxtapositions and things of that nature. All right, so we got it going. The stream's connected. Excellent. I will get to comments, just not right this moment.
Even though Carol has never been charged or implicated in his disappearance.
And she's the number one. I mean, she's the person's significant other. She should have been a person of interest. The fact that when they try to talk to her and she says no, she's using her right, which I would use. I don't disagree with what she's doing. But the fact that it's been this long and the way it all played out and everything, and the fact that she's still remaining silent and is not willing to ever even talk to him, even with a lawyer present, which she has the money to go and talk to him with a lawyer present. She's got the money to have her own lawyer and walk up there and the lawyer could talk and guide with her through everything, and she just says no. And you're telling me they can't get a warrant or anything on her or get her maker to come down and try to interrogate her? She don't have to talk, but they can still try to question her.
She has this black cloud over her head of people thinking that she fed her husband to the tiger. Here it's Carol's birthday next month, and we're shipping her 2 of these.
But Joe Exotic isn't exactly an angel.
What Joe did, what he did to the animals, what happened between him and Carol.
his crazy life as a country singer, and it just goes on and on and on and on. It is the biggest show.
Yeah, it is really sort of a train wreck, but this was the most crazy fucked up video of all was when he was sitting there getting drugged by that one tiger and no everybody's just sitting there filming. Till nobody go to try to help him. And he has to shoot his gun off close to them to get them to back off of him.
That we have seen to date. Joe has been saying loudly that Don was put in the meat grinder and fed to the tigers.
Oh, here, kitty, kitty. Oh, Mama Carol, she sure loves you. Oh, here.
Yeah, then that's pretty, like, I bet some people think, well, that's gone far. Like, look at this music video. And the person he had casted looks very closely like her.
The feud comes to a head when Joe's arrested on September 7th, 2018.
Federal authorities foil a murder for hire plot that targeted big cat rescue owner Carol Baskin and leaves her enemy.
Now, she talks about getting rid and she doesn't want any private cat ownership. What I want to know, though, with her big cat rescue organization, which supposedly, like, I would think the goal of it is that she gets tigers from other places, gets them to heal, and then releases them back out or somehow transfers them back out to the wild. Or can she not transfer them out to the wild because they've always been domesticated? See, those are questions I don't know the answer to. If she can, does she? And if she can't, okay, well, is she going to stop taking in tigers now that it's made illegal? Because I think it's kind of fucked up that she has tigers in cages, but she's talking about all these other people and don't want them to have tigers in cages or to own them. There's more tigers up until this point. I don't know how it'll be in the future with the passage of the new law, but it was that there were more tigers in the U.S. than the whole world. So if they're on the endangered species, I don't see why you wouldn't want to encourage and keep breeding happening. Because while, some of the breeding is going to stay within the U.S., you could, if you encourage the breeding, you could probably get people, if they weren't worried about getting caught breeding tigers or whatever, like, and they could do it legally, you'd probably have people to be more than willing and be happy to breed tigers or send tigers that can breed to other areas of the world.
Enemy Joe Exotic behind bars.
Joe's sentenced to 22 years in federal prison.
Yeah, he got 22 years in federal prison for supposedly hiring this dude for $3,000 to do it, to kill her. But number one, he never really explicably, had talked or said to do it and like gave the money. And people actually went up and approached him a bunch of times on it. Almost like, or not almost, but they did do that. And it's almost like that's how they did it when he got caught or whatever they used, the actual conversation that they used. Because one of them that was a friend or hung up around there and was involved in animals himself had signed up with the feds, I think, because he was worried about getting in trouble for himself. And then he talks to the other guy, and that does it. And Joe had supposedly shot 5 tigers and buried them. But it didn't look to me like he concealed the fact that he had done that, because, and from what all I've looked at, he told, like, he had said that the euthanization protocol was to shoot or inject. And I mean, I just don't see what he did wrong. Like, I mean, apparently they were sick or what have you. Was that true? I find it hard to believe someone that cares about animals that much to base their life around them all the time. And yeah, he had workers, but you know, he had to do work on his own at times. That's just part of it. And what just don't make sense is that he was, because with just on that murder for hire conviction, if they had just stayed with that charge and they had never came at him with the other 17 or so like wildlife charges, he wouldn't have as much time as he has. Matter of fact, he may not have even been found guilty at all. I think they put all that on there to cement finding him guilty.
What's going on in this jail is criminal. But what has been done wrong to me by the U.S. Attorney's Office and the federal agents in order to get me in here is the real disturbing part.
Joe's got a lot of friends working on the outside, in true Joe fashion. It's an interesting cast of characters.
My name is Ann Patrick. I met Joe 5 years ago. He was doing a presidential campaign.
And yes, I'm running for president of the United States, and it is about time somebody said what you were thinking.
He was like, this bitch took off with all my presidential now I don't know what to do, in the middle of this campaign. I said, hey, I'll do it. I've never even voted in my life.
Joe Exotic is here for the people of America.
Well, damn.
I was like, this guy's a nut, but I am too, so I was like, let's just go see what happens.
Joe's had 4 husbands.
Hell no.
At one point, he had 2 at the same time.
You may now kiss.
Dylan Passage is husband.
I don't promote that, but I ain't got no issue with it. You know, I don't hate or have any bigotry towards it, but at the same time, you know, it's not something like I personally promote or engage in. And I think it's right to put that disclaimer up, especially with the trolls and haters I have, because they love to call me a fucking faggot. And I can't help that this story is just interesting and the guy happens to be homosexual.
Number 4.
Since Joe was arrested, like the minute he was arrested, my life was just flipped the upside down. When they said the murder for hire charge, I was shocked. You know, I didn't think Joe would ever take anything that far.
The zoo's new owner is somebody Joe came to know and hate, Jeff Lowe.
This is Tara and Gemma. We're really getting into this.
I think I met Jeff.
I think he should be, you know, I mean, it makes no sense. He had this trouble in Vegas before Joe had the stuff put on him. Of course, that stuff in Vegas, there's court video where it shows the judge gave him a real light probationary type sentence and everything. But he had strangled his wife that he's still with. And there's also video, dash cam and body cam of them being pulled over and for DUI, and they both got a DUI. Yeah, I know it's weird saying that they both got a DUI, but apparently she had drove and admitted it, and he was driving at the time, so in other words, they both got DUI.
Low, like the first day or two when I went to the park, old dude with his bandana, bald cap,
But he's pretty much like a playboy. Like he has a wife and they swing, and he would just be around there, and he basically was there to just invest money, and that's what he did. But I think he's just one of those people that is really good and has different sources of income, because that's what the documentary claimed when it explained that the mansion that he supposedly, you know, was in, that he showed Joe, it was for rent. The Ferrari he had was leased, you know, all that stuff came out. And he never did any real work at the park, and he would take Cubs all the time back out to Vegas, sneak them up in casino hotels just to get girls, because it would attract women. You know, you have a little tiger, and you can attract, you know, like they straight up said in the thing, little pussy gets a lot of pussy, and laughed about it next to his wife. Wife laughed about it.
and like he was, the boss.
Joe is in a particularly bad place when Jeff shows up. He's got big-time financial problems, and Carol's suing him.
I have a judgment against me from some down there in Florida. Carol Baskin filed a lawsuit on me for copyright for some stupid rabbit picture of her staff with dead rabbits.
Joseph needed the money to get out from the lawsuit with Carol Baskin. So here comes Jeff, swooping in with his $35,000, and he says, I'll pay the attorneys, and then I'll put my name on the zoo because I'm such a good guy. I'm going to help you. So now everything's in his name.
What has been done wrong?
And they had supposedly, there was, that place was transferred ownership so much, it's not even funny. Because the paperwork was enormous, and the reason being is because of all the lawsuits and attacks that he got. So he kept transferring it into different people's names, and it, and he was advised that, suggested that, thinking that it might, like, sooner or later cause them to just drop it altogether, but they never did. They just kept moving it around, and they would sue whoever the new name is.
Made by Jeff Lowe, Carol Baskin.
Carol Baskin's husband's a lawyer, so that's what was really bad in this situation for him. And two, their pockets are deep.
Is one thing. This is a travesty.
There are so many unanswered questions in a story like this, but the biggest mystery of all is what happened to Don Lewis.
Carol and many others maintain the belief that Don was involved in a plane crash. Carol's been defending.
But supposedly she had said that he wouldn't make it on his own, and she had, bet him, take just $1 million and go down to Costa Rica and see if you can do it. And that's supposedly what he had done. It's just really weird.
These accusations on social media and in her online video diaries.
I think
yeah, she won't get on camera at all and deny it or explain, talk about it at all. She will only do it on her computer reading from a fucking script, basically.
Most likely scenario was that Don left out early of Pilot Country Estates, headed out over the Gulf to fly somewhere under the radar where the air is smoother, and crashed.
My name's Jim Rathman, born and raised in Florida, and I consult for families of missing persons or cold cases. I've worked in law enforcement as uniform patrol. I've done a little bit of undercover narcotics, and I ended up working for the United States Secret Service. When I first started hearing about the Don Lewis disappearance, a lot of red flags stuck out, and it's only an hour and a half from where I live, and I decided I needed to look into this independently and see if there's anything I can do to kind of help out, provide some new leads, or even solve this case if it's possible.
And he's just one guy. There's another
Don Lewis
guy
has
too.
been missing for 23 years, and no one's been able to prove what actually happened to him.
As an investigator, it's important to look at all the theories and the questions surrounding a cold case. In the case of Don Lewis, there are several. Has he gone to Costa Rica? Did he crash his plane over the Gulf of Mexico? Was Don Lewis murdered by drug traffickers? Was he killed in a business deal gone wrong? Was his wife, Carol Baskin, involved in her missing husband's disappearance?
I think she should be added closer to the top of that question list. That's just me.
Crazy of all, did she feed her husband to the tigers?
She did have tigers.
Right now, it's a cold case. There's just no real legitimate leads.
Everybody that knows of his disappearance has an idea of what happened, but nobody can prove a thing at this point.
Once we learned that her husband had disappeared, he's never been found, people went, well, what did happen to him?
There's a private investigator, Dan Toporowicz, that I'm really looking forward to meeting with. Dan, being a private investigator and working with Ann Patrick, has brought a lot of information to light. Some of this information could be real useful, not only in the Joe Exotic case, but also for the Don Lewis case as well. Absolutely. Thanks for meeting with me, man.
Absolutely.
What made you get involved in this?
So my partner Dave and I are both retired cops.
So this is not even, there's still another investigator. They call him Ripper, and he has a YouTube channel. He's big into it and has helped a lot too. And the family has met up with him.
We worked together up in Ohio. He calls me and is like, hey, have you watched the series? So after I watched the series, I called him. I go, yeah, there's more to this. Where are you getting at? He goes, well, let's write him a letter and ask him if there's anything we could do for him. We heard back from Joe, and Joe told us that he wants us on his defense team. So that's when we started digging into the bad police work that was involved in this. And it just has snowballed because it's all coming back to Don Lewis.
And as you know, I'm spending a lot of my time with Don Lewis, and I think Joe was getting close. And
yeah, I think he was getting close, and people were starting to ask Carol some difficult questions, and the sheriff's department's probably reinvestigating and starting to ask some difficult questions. She needed him shut up.
Seems like Dan believes that maybe Carol set up Joe to shut him up.
So the investigation into Don Lewis and the appeal and getting Joe out of jail, we're connecting dots where it appears to us that Carol Baskin and Jeff Lowe are connected to each other, knew each other prior to Jeff coming out to the GW Zoo and trying to help Joe out.
Wow, that makes sense.
And it all turns back to Don Lewis. Joe wanted that whole investigation into Don Lewis. He wants Carol.
He wanted her shut up because she threatened not only him, but all the big cat zoo owners and everything, you know.
In jail. And all of a sudden now, Jeff Lowe shows up at the GW Zoo. And once Joe signed over the zoo to him, he brought on his best friend, Alan Glover.
That is the guy that was going to be the hitman. And boy, he is a hoot. I'm going to let this continue to play. I've got to do something in there, Grammy. You want to go outside, Bubba? You want to go outside? Yeah, you did a little circle. Tell him I do a little circle whenever I get excited and want to go do something. You want to go outside? Do a circle. Come on, do a little circle. Do a circle. Do a circle. Come on. You want to go outside? You want to go outside? Yeah, you did it. Come on, good boy.
As a convicted felon.
What really hurt Joe at the trial was the testimony of the right-hand man of Jeff Lowe, Alan Glover.
Go on, Glover.
2 years after Jeff Lowe buys Joe's zoo, he skedaddles back to Las Vegas. He starts a business there charging folks to pet tiger cubs. But Jeff still has a man on the ground in Oklahoma to keep an eye on things.
No, don't get
Alan Glover.
Dan Toporowicz implied that Carol Baskin may have known Jeff Lowe for years. He might have even sent him to buy the zoo. We won't know about what happened because she was there. Let's talk about Alan.
All right. Well, first of all, I called him Accident Alan because he fell down all the time. He was always hurt. He was a liability at the zoo. Him and Joe fought all the time. Well, Jeff was in Las Vegas, so he was hoping Jeff was going to just stay in Vegas, but then Jeff had to go get himself arrested.
Jeff Lowe was arrested and charged in Las Vegas
Strangling his wife.
after he was caught running a high-end cub petting service without a license.
That too.
At his arrest, Lowe was caught in possession of firearms, which was illegal because he was a convicted felon.
Jeff Lowe gets arrested with
Well,
firearms. He's a
damn,
felon in
wouldn't you
possession
believe
of
that?
firearms.
Gun
In
control
Las
don't
Vegas,
work.
the gun case has never been filed.
Hell no.
I just think that Jeff copped to the feds and was like, I'll make a deal with you. I'll give you Joe, but you let me go.
Hell yeah,
With
because
no
that should have
business
gave
left to
him
run in Las
time.
Vegas, Jeff returns to the zoo. Joe and
They
his
didn't
friends
put
think he came
that in the
back
Netflix
with a
shit.
plan.
That's when he was taking Joe down. Joseph had made the decision that he was leaving. I just wanted to live my life with my new husband and have to do this no more.
All I wanted to do was walk away, and they couldn't let me do that.
It's exactly
And
what he
Jeff-
did. At one point, I remember in the series, they never bro. Y'all just heard whenever they talked about him getting himself arrested, I immediately thought of the domestic violence case. And trust me, you watch the Netflix series, that's what they talked about. They didn't talk about no fucking firearms case that the feds and state didn't even charge him with. So he got found with firearms in his possession as a felon. So basically violating that 922G prohibition, and he doesn't get charged. And then not too long, yeah, Joe was such in financial straits, and Jeff was giving him a lot of pressure because apparently he was accusing Joe of like embezzling money or something, you know, fucking around with money. So Joe gave him, Joe gave him everything, but just everything except what he needed to move off and start again. Just, I guess, basically everything he deserved, or maybe more. I don't know. But had split up. He went and got a new place to live with his husband, or his last husband, I think. And he wasn't there that long before they had set this case into motion. And see, everything that dealt with this case, really, it had sort of already transpired, but here again, with the fucking help of these people that turned fucking state witness and informant.
Went after him like a viper.
What has been done wrong to me by Jeff Lowe, this is wrong. Get me the hell out of here because I don't belong here.
When Jeff Lowe returns to the zoo in the fall of 2017, things go from bad to worse for Joe Exotic. Joe's steaming because he lost his zoo, and he blames Carol Baskin.
Jeff goes to Joe, and he's like, hey, I have a guy who can take out Carol. And so that's where Alan Glover comes in.
According to Jeff Lowe, Joe pays Alan Glover $3,000 to kill Carol Baskin, but the hit never happens.
That obviously failed because they're all criminals. And then Jeff's like, okay, well, I have this other dude who can do it.
Needless to say, Joe picks the wrong dude. The would-be hitman, who shows up in December 2017, is actually an undercover FBI agent with a hidden tape recorder.
According to the court records, Joe says to the agent, she's got to go, referring to Carol Baskin. The undercover agent tells Joe that a hit on Carol would cost $10,000, but no money is ever exchanged, and it's the agent who brings up the idea of murder for hire. On September 7, 2018, Joe Exotic is arrested for hiring a hitman to kill his sworn enemy, Carol Baskin.
Joe Exotic enters a not guilty plea in the murder for hire case against him.
He was very confident. He was going to walk out of that courtroom a free man. There was no question in his mind.
Federal U.S. attorneys' offices have a 98% conviction rate. 98.
The grand jury would not proceed until mid-July-ish because they didn't have enough evidence for a hitman for hire.
But federal authorities have more up their sleeves.
No question. They couldn't make the murder for hire. They couldn't make it. So they re-indicted the case on the eve of trial to include these fish and wildlife offenses.
U.S. Attorney's Office drops a kind of bombshell with new charges against the man known as Joe Exotic.
Among the 21 counts Maldonado Passage is facing, 19 are wildlife charges.
You have these murder for hire charges, and then you have these animal cruelty charges all glommed into one case. That is very unusual.
In March 2019, Joe Exotic is sitting in federal court. He's on trial, charged with attempted murder for hire and violation of regulations protecting wild animals.
Prosecutors say Joe Exotic killed the tigers to make room for other tigers.
It's interesting. Usually the government starts off with their most serious charge, would be the murder counts. But how they started off was a little different.
Former park employees called it.
They're trying to get people that's real soft for animals hitting that soft spot.
Testify against him Monday include Eric Cowie.
They brought the long-haired guy, Eric, in who loved the animals, who said he was with them when he had to put one down and he cried on the stand.
I knew cats were getting hot. Because we discussed it all day long for, I want to say even a day or two before that.
It was part of the fucking youth. Oh my God.
An animal abuser. That's the worst thing.
I think if we make him look bad enough, then they'll just find him guilty on everything.
I put 5 tigers to sleep because they were in pain. They had toenails coming out of their ankles. They had no teeth. They had exposed root canals.
The evidence that was found out later when they exhumed the tiger bodies did not show that there was anything wrong with any of those tigers. So in our minds, we're like, why were they put down? money. The judge said, we're going to switch gears now. And now you're going to be hearing about the murder for hire.
3 days into the trial, the jury is presented with evidence from Joe Exotic's TV show.
Prosecutors used Joe Exotic's videos against him.
That's crazy that they got the jury foreman to appear in this.
To support their murder for hire case.
If you're going to do it, you're not
doing stuff like that.
going to talk about it. You're just going to do it. You're not going to put it on the internet that you're going to kill somebody. No, you're just going to do it.
I mean, yeah, I agree with
Joe never had any intent.
I agree with what he's saying, but at the same time, like, how dumb can you be? Come on.
Ability to carry that out.
Because that's just like asking for trouble, I feel like. But that's just my opinion.
Then Carol Baskin takes the stand as a witness for the prosecution.
Of course she
did. In court, Baskin testified threats continued through 2017 and that she feared for her life.
To me, she did seem credible. She seemed passionate about animals, and she just seemed like a nice lady. I could tell she was upset and distraught, and I could understand her fear.
After a week-long trial, the prosecution rests without calling several people in Joe's inner circle.
The prosecutor had John Rinke on their list. They subpoenaed him. At the very last second, they cut him. He was the park manager for 14 years. He had a lot to say. He knows what happened. He was there.
There was nobody going to get hurt in this.
The former manager of Maldonado's Roadside Zoo spoke out Wednesday.
Did Joe do wrong? Yeah, I'm sure he did wrong. He did sell cubs. He did transport cubs. The murder for hire thing, I don't think it ever would have went this far without somebody pushing it.
One of the most important pieces to this entire case is the murder for hire and the $3,000 payment.
Yes.
Tell me about that.
Bull.
Tell me why. Tell me why.
Bull. Okay, so Alan, the hitman, right? He just was a hot mess. And he worked for Jeff, and he made sure everybody knew he worked for Jeff. Him and Joseph went at it all the time because he hated Joe.
So the $3,000 payment.
The $3,000 was...
And that's no bullshit. He did not like Joe. Like, they got footage on the Netflix doc where he'd called him a Goldilocks son of a bitch and all types of shit.
Really, it was just money.
Getting mad at him at work.
They'd make him go home. Alan asked me to get the ticket. Like, he was like, because I fly all the time. So it was like, I got the ticket for him.
And the plane ticket was from where to where?
Oklahoma City to, I want to say South Carolina.
It's like, hey, please go. Here's some cash to get you through to get a next job. Take care. Have a nice day.
And that was Jeff told Joseph.
That's what Jeff told him.
Jeff told him to give him the money to get him out. Jeff couldn't stand the two of them fighting.
There are two different stories about the $3,000 that Alan Glover was given.
The $3,000 was a loan. Alan was going to pay it back when he went home.
But the prosecution said it was evidence of a crime.
And so at no time, you never heard Joe talking about giving him money to go down to Florida and kill Carol for $3,000.
He never ever. You're going to give this mook who can't even walk across the trail to his trailer without falling down and cracking his melon open, you're going to give him $3,000 to go kill somebody?
And Alan didn't even go to Florida. He went to South Carolina.
No, he didn't. He was on the beach. All of a sudden in July, Jeff and Alan decided.
He did admit and say, like, his story on the Netflix doc was that apparently I was supposed to go down there. Apparently? What do you mean apparently? If he was paid to go down there, he wouldn't have said apparently. And he said, apparently though, I chickened out. Fucking, he said, and he goes, he's glad he did. Like, it just sounds too fishy.
Oh, well, Alan got paid $3,000 cash to go kill this woman.
Jeff Lowe releases audio recordings to the media after Joe's conviction.
Well, he's supposed to give me $5,000 cash to leave with. I'm thinking, yeah, that deserves you right for the you put me through, basically.
He wanted to leave the park. I wanted him out of my hair. Jeff was tired of hearing us both bitching. So Jeff told me to give him $3,000. So I gave him the $3,000. He was supposed to pay back the zoo.
That should have been released and given before he was convicted.
When he got his Social Security check.
Jeff Lowe is the one who provided the money. You know, at that point, this park was no.
How can he be convicted on something on a murder for hire when he didn't even give no money?
longer in Joe's control, it was in Jeff's control. So how does the owner of the park essentially walk away scot-free?
Jeff Lowe was after the zoo. That was in the design. Second, the opportunity presented itself when he got arrested. I think he cut a deal with the agents while he was in Las Vegas, which explains why his case has not proceeded. If I deliver for you, government, you're not going to file the case against me.
Immunity.
So that's why you dance with the devil, to work off your own case. There's more and more evidence that Carol Baskin was in on it with Jeff Lowe.
We do know that Lowe was cooperating with the government and may have accepted a plea deal in exchange for his cooperation.
He's a prior felon. If he goes down for a felon in possession of firearms, that's just 5 years flat.
Throughout this trial, Joe maintained that Jeff Lowe set him up.
I didn't feel there was any collusion whatsoever to, quote, get him to hire someone to kill her.
There were so many different individuals that hated him, and it made sense for him to go.
Dude, you didn't hear that audio that we just heard and everything else. How have they still not shown that shit to him?
That they all worked together. Jeff Lowe said it. Gotcha.
Well, I've got it all, Joe. This much. I have it. You are so...
He did. I remember this from the doc.
The jury deliberates for 4 hours.
And, you know, if he would have known what he was talking about and was like, you're going to prison for the murder for hire thing, like if Joe, I can't see him staying as calm as he did and reacting how he did. Jeff was more mad and reactive than Joe was.
Case against Joe Maldonado Passage, a.k.a. Joe Exotic.
Jury came back finding Joseph Maldonado Passage guilty on all counts.
The evidence that was presented to us of all his wrongdoings stood on its own. It's solid, it's black and white, it's paper, it's video, it's audio. And so we literally poured through it and went through every piece of evidence and cross-referenced.
Yeah, but it's not everything. And you just found him guilty beyond a reasonable doubt based on what you've seen. If you'd seen everything in total, I think the standard would be different.
Eats and everything else, and we put it all together. And it made a nice little roadmap. None of the evidence we saw looked like it was a setup in any way, shape, or form. And you got to think, if anybody's going to sit there and say they're going to kill you,
you will stop breathing.
You might want to take that seriously. Even if you think they're joking around, still take it seriously.
Will do.
The reading of all the verdicts, and especially when we got to the 2 murder for hires, he was found guilty. I can remember him just shaking his head like, you know, he just thought it was a farce or thought it was a joke. And it's like, sorry, the evidence was there. The law is the law. You can't do what you're doing. Unfortunately, you got caught.
As an attorney, you win or lose your case when you pick your jury. There was enough there to create reasonable doubt as far as the murder for hire goes. But clearly they turned their back on it and decided to find him guilty of all charges.
I have not seen a visitor. I've not seen the outside in a year and a half. I've not seen my husband in a year and a half.
We talk like 3 to 5 times every day. If I'm trying to lift him up and stuff, I'll talk about our life after he gets out and, you know, what we have planned. And he wants me to look at houses and kind of get a place for us. Hope is the number one thing for Joe. You know, if he doesn't have anything to be optimistic about or to see in his future, then he's not going to mentally be able to stay sane and, you know, make it through the situation he's in. Joe's very hopeful that he will get out.
Sorry about that.
Joe was sentenced to 22 years, but if you look at the law and look at how other people have been
making
sentenced,
something for lunch.
Pretty harsh.
What they usually do is run your charges concurrent, side by side. But the judge stacked those charges.
22 years sentence. There's sex offenders with DNA and a confession across the street in the county jail. They got half of that.
That's a sentence. He's not going to be in prison for 22 years. I'm gonna guarantee you that. My name is Eric Love. I'm from Bedford, Texas. I'm a private investigator. I've been affiliated and working in law enforcement for the last 34 years. I have a daughter named Gabby. She says, "Oh my gosh, you've got to watch Joe Exotic." So a private investigator's mind looks at things maybe a little bit different than other folks. I started thinking about it and think, the case is full of injustices. And then Gabby says, "Dad, why don't you look into this case?" And I told her, I said, "Listen, he was wrong, and we're going to right the wrong. I think we can get him out."
That's why Team Tiger was put together.
Jeff Hoover, nice to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you.
It's such an injustice that they just couldn't sit back and watch it. It is the absolute best of the best.
Thanks for coming. And what got you interested in putting all your time into this?
I like complex cases. I like helping out, and I like working. And
you're in it for the money?
I'm not making a dime. I do this because I truly enjoy investigating. I like helping out.
I want to right wrongs. If there is a wrong available to be righted, I want to do that.
He's the one that brought the team together, actually.
I wrote Joe a letter, and he immediately responded with, "Eric, I desperately need your help." And then Ann called me, the power of attorney. And at this point, I knew I had a full basket, and I've got to get some help, right? Then I called Francisco, and I said, "I've got a case for you."
Yeah, you did.
That's exactly how it happened.
It's interesting how they did this whole case. When they did the prosecution, they actually did the Tiger aspect of things first, right?
That was for shock and awe.
Right. To kind of cast that shadow over Joe
The
and
monster.
then go for the
And
murder
did you
for hire.
catch, on cross-examination, they asked the USDA officer, how many of these have been prosecuted to your knowledge? This one.
Just the one.
If you look at his court records, you'll scratch your head. We think there's incompetence. We think there's collusion. When I called Francisco and we discussed it, I said, "Look, Joe was targeted. He's incarcerated. He's not guilty of what he's charged with. This is a presidential pardon case. And when we lay out that case, we feel that the president will side with us and we'll get the pardon, because anybody can be a victim of what Joe was a victim of."
Oh, anybody could. Absolutely.
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 There's not just one Joe out there. There's more Joes out there. You understand? If you go fight Goliath, you better have some ammunition.
The defense was prohibited from bringing any information on about Carol Baskin. The question here to investigate is, was there any collusion or cooperation between Carol Baskin and Jeff Lowe?
Wouldn't even put Jeff Lowe up there.
And they didn't even let them talk about Jeff.
We have reason to believe that Jeff Lowe was, in fact, setting up Joe months before this happened, and that he, in fact, had communication with Carol Baskin. The defense was precluded from impeaching her credibility with matters about her husband because it didn't seem to be relevant.
Well, I'm definitely going to do everything I can on my end. I'm working the Don Lewis case very hard, but I'm also going to be trying to connect the dots and help out your team out here and be able to provide you some information or whatever else that I can find that's going to help you in your case.
Well, you have 50 million fans hoping you find something to help us.
Yeah, hope so too. Well, thank you guys so very much for having me out here, and I look forward to being in touch soon.
The team's ultimate goal is for Joe to have freedom, and we'd like it pretty quick.
That is so nice to have that many people that aren't, blood related to you or anything, that, showing that much of an interest and care about your plight in this case.
Appeals or writs, post-conviction, anything that's post-conviction, it's not easy to get things overturned. You really have to convince the appellate court that an egregious error did happen, or something was kept out that should have come in and it would have made a huge difference and the jury would have maybe found him not guilty.
I think the defense probably did the best that they could with what they had. But now looking back on it, you continue to find error after error after error. When you find a continuous amount of errors, you need to re-examine that case. You need to re-examine, did they actually convict this person off all the right reasons? Or was he wrongfully convicted and has a chance to freedom again?
After meeting with Team Tiger, I'm more convinced than ever that there's a lot more to this story. And clearly, I'm not alone in thinking that.
Hi, everyone. This is Trisha Griffith with Web Sleuths Radio Podcast. If something doesn't make sense on paper, if you look at it and go, why did that happen? There's a reason. My name is Trisha Griffith, and I am the owner of websleuths.com, host of Web Sleuths Radio Podcast and Web Sleuths YouTube Live. Web Sleuths is a place for people to gather on the internet to discuss true crime. We have time.
I'll have to check out this. Hold on. Websleuths.com. I'll be back.
And we have the ability to go look in places that law enforcement departments can't. Joe Exotic became a phenomenon, and everybody surrounding Joe Exotic. And people started
Because
looking.
if I start like really trying to up the content value and type of content, one thing will be with news and true crime, then I want to really present like the true crime more so case by case and a lot more organized.
Looking into Carol Baskin, missing husband, and then finding out that her husband had supposedly literally flown away, never to be seen again. We all went, no, there's something really wrong here. Before he went behind bars.
There would have been, I mean, plane would have landed if he had crashed. There would have been wreckage, and if it had landed, there'd been records somewhere. All right, and then if he had landed and something happened, you know, then you'd have something to investigate and explain. But the fact that that plane that supposedly took off in has no record of landing, I don't even know if there's any record of it taking off, or if they kept records like that whenever you're flying a small plane. It seemed like the protocol would be you have to radio in, and even if you're not going to be at a range where you have to communicate with the tower, which I believe there's a certain range you can stay at, and you don't get bothered, and you're all on your own, but you still, like, I think, still have to announce your identifier and all that and what you're doing before you do it.
Joe Exotic really did raise the alarm bells when it came to Don.
Of course, that may just all now be post 9/11. Who knows?
Lewis being missing.
We have airboats, we have helicopters, and we are looking for Don.
Constantly saying that.
Yeah, he had a lot of, like, he was trying to, they had a reward out and everything. So they're definitely, you know, and that was back, during just the new beginning of the social media internet age. So like YouTube and all that stuff was still new. So I bet the true crime sleuths and all that was growing. And with that growing, there obviously would have been a lot of attention put on it.
That Don was ground up and fed to the tigers. And maybe.
And there was a commercial meat grinder that was gotten rid of on her property. True story.
Carol needed Joe Exotic to stop talking. And maybe he is close to the truth, but he's the only one behind bars.
She ended up targeting him on a crusade, political type, you know, activist crusade. And he ended up targeting her back on a moral, legal, lawful one.
When I first started hearing about the Don Lewis disappearance, I felt terrible for Don Lewis's family. I can't imagine what it was like for them for the last 23 years of their lives to not have a clue of what happened to their father. He just disappeared. He left behind all of his animals, his fortune, his businesses, and everything has just gone. Like, he just hasn't come back.
I recently lost my father. So, you know, you kind of have that added drive to really find out what has happened to Don Lewis and try to get them some sort of answers that they don't have. It's a pure mystery.
Trisha Griffith has been in contact with so many of the key players involved in the disappearance of Don Lewis. I'm glad you're taking some time to talk to me about this. This is quite the case.
Yeah, I don't think we'll ever see anything like this in our lifetimes, in our children's lifetimes.
So you had a chance to talk to some key players recently.
Specifically, I talked to Anne McQueen.
And Ann worked for Don for many, many years. She really was one of his trusted, I would say, advisors, trusted people. And in the end, she was the trustee, executor of the wills and the trusts.
Right.
She had the keys to the kingdom. And Ann said a couple of months before he disappeared, Don comes in and he gives her an envelope. It's sealed. He says, I want you to hold on to this. You'll know what to do with it someday if you need to.
Right.
He said, don't open it. And that Friday, when she called him and she couldn't find him, she knew.
So you're talking about August 15th of 1997, right? Friday?
August 15th, 1997. Apparently, Don and Carol had such a big fuss that Don went to sleep in the trailer itself of an 18-wheeler. He didn't look like he slept. In fact, she said he looked like hell. And that's when he said, I'm done with it. I'm going to go back. I'm going to tell Carol it's over. I'm done. I'm getting a divorce today. Ann tried to call Don just a couple of hours after he left that morning.
That's what the note said?
And then in the afternoon. And then at night. All through the night. Saturday morning. Saturday afternoon. Now she's panicked. She finally calls Carol Sunday and said, I'm really worried about Don. And Carol goes, oh, well, he does that all the time. He leaves and doesn't tell anybody. And Ann's like, no, he doesn't. Carol said that she saw him that Sunday morning, but he didn't go to church with her. And she went to church with Kenny, the handyman. So then Carol says, well, gosh, do you think I should call the sheriff?
What the fuck?
And Ann said, do you think?
Carol and Ann McQueen have publicly disagreed about the circumstances surrounding Dawn's disappearance.
Ann claims Don always told her where he was, but again, there are several times when she called me because she couldn't find him for days on end. Her sarcasm about me not calling the police until the next day was unwarranted.
Carol...
Unwarranted? Unwarranted, bitch, back in them days. She couldn't get a hold of him for a couple of days, but yet you say, oh, he was around that morning, but yet he didn't come back around that night. That should be a red flag right there. The fact that somebody called you Sunday morning, about Sunday noon. You said, oh, he was here this morning. Why hadn't he answered the phone Friday, Saturday, or, you know? Well, I mean, he does that all the time. No, he doesn't. Well, should I call the police? Probably. Hey, did he come back in at 7 o'clock now? No, he's not back in. So you think I should still call the police? You think? Monday calls the police. Other person called the police. Well, yeah, she said he was there yesterday morning, but I ain't been able to reach him since Friday. Then she says he didn't come in last night. I think you ought to check her out. Seems like that should have played out easily.
Files a missing persons report with the sheriff's office after talking with Ann. According to law enforcement records, Don Lewis disappears on Monday, August 18th, 1997.
No, he disappeared more likely on Friday to Saturday. See, that's some bullshit. The fact that she filed the shit after talking to somebody else that's not married to him. Come on now.
Carol says she saw him head out of the house that morning and never saw him again.
Wait, so whoa. Sunday, they just said that she had told somebody else, yeah, he was here this morning, but didn't go to church with me. She went to church with the handyman. Now she's saying he was also there Monday morning. I want to know, well, then what happened between the time of that call Sunday and Monday morning, and why didn't, because an easy question to ask to poke a hole in that would be, well, why didn't you ever have him call back Ann or call Ann back yourself and say, here, he's home, that evening? That's suspicious.
Ann gets a call from the security company that says our alarms are going off. Now, Ann at this time was down at the sheriff's.
What?
Hold on just a second.
Yeah? You said, oh, okay. That was loud. I thought Jack had He has a loud sneeze. He like you, Brownie. He has a loud sneeze.
Office, going to talk to them about Dawn, and she couldn't leave. And she told the security company, call the police. And they get there, and Carol and Ken Farr have removed every them about Dawn.
Missing persons report with the sheriff's office after talking with Ann. According to law enforcement records, Dawn Lewis disappears on Monday, August 18th, 1997. Carol says she saw him head out of the house that morning and never saw him again.
All right, so I met at the house that morning Monday, so she needs to account for why she didn't have him. He came back, in essence, after that call on Sunday. Why didn't she let anyone know or have him call Ann back, etc.?
Again.
A week later, Ann gets a call from the security company that says our alarms are going off. Now, Ann at this time was down at the sheriff's office going to talk to them about Dawn, and she couldn't leave. And she told the security company, call the police. And they get there, and Carol and Ken Farr have removed everything, every file gone. That was the last time. They never went back to the office. Their jobs were over.
The code for the alarm that Ann gave me the night before must have been changed because we could not shut off the alarm and the police arrived.
Remember the envelope that Don had given Ann a couple months before
that, yeah.
She gets it. She opens it and she said her knees just buckled. It was the restraining order application that Don tried to get against Carol, but it was denied by the judge. It was tough for women to get restraining orders. Men, I'm sure almost impossible.
In that restraining order, it said in there 2 times in their relationship, she's made some sort of threat against his life.
I never threatened to kill Don. He called me his guardian angel because
Good looking at the camera there.
I was always the one protecting him.
Of course, that could also be used against her.
At this point, Ann McQueen still...
That's the thing about body language reading. Different things can mean different things to different people.
Thinks she's Dawn's power of attorney. She's about to get us surprised.
In the end, Ann McQueen was the trustee, executor of the wills and the trusts.
Right. Carol doesn't trust Ann McQueen and publicly accuses her of embezzlement, a claim Ann denies.
Carol comes waltzing into court with the documents.
Right.
The power of attorney. The document said, in case of my disappearance, my power of attorney will be Carol.
Who writes, in case of my disappearance? Nobody puts that in a power of attorney.
Ann McQueen believes
that's the strongest evidence the police ought to have had looked
if
at.
she holds the power of attorney for Dawn Lewis's estate. Then his wife, Carol, shows up with a new piece of paper that changes everything. A later dated form that names her as power of attorney.
The person who had the most to gain would have been Carol. She now was able to collect all of Don's properties. She put herself ahead of all the trusts, and she made millions upon millions of dollars from that. So I wanted to have an expert look at the power of attorney and the will. Thomas Vastrick is a handwriting expert.
Hey, Thomas, how are you?
Many, many years of experience in examining documents, all different types, for signatures, for frauds. He's worked with the United States Postal Service. He wants to know it's either it is or it is not a forgery.
When I looked at Mr. Lewis's signature on both the last will and testament and the durable family power of attorney, I noticed that the signatures were too similar to be normal. If you write your name 10 times or even just 2 times, you'll notice differences between each signature. It's called natural variation because it's natural. And I noticed in these a lack of variance. And that, to me, in my opinion, is a telltale sign of an attempt to trace. That raises the specter of, can we find a signature that was used as the basis for the tracing? So I found this marriage record. This marriage record is dated in 1991, 5 years before the will and the power of attorney. This was the document that contained the Lewis signature that was used as the model.
Wow.
I created
Whoa.
a little
Hell
illustration
no.
that shows the signatures from the will on the top two samples, then the signature from the power of attorney, and then from the marriage record. There's just a very strong, similar appearance to these, more so than you would expect to find between any two random signatures by the same person. And if you look at the word Donald, it looks like it's spelled with an E instead of an A. And I found this mistake in all of these signatures. Now, you can look and find a couple differences between each of the signatures, and that's fine.
Right.
But this near exact replication is just classic evidence of a tracing.
What about the notaries or the witnesses you have?
I have samples of each of them, and I find the same pattern. I cannot say that all three of these are tracings. I can say that, in my opinion, at least two of them are. Because one of these could be the model signature for all I know.
Wow, that's powerful. So it's, I want to say impossible, but it's near impossible for somebody to have the exact same signature to a T, and period, if they sign their name thousands of times. But here it is, we actually have the same signature within a 5-year period.
For four different people.
For 4 different people. What are the chances of that?
I'm not a statistician, but I think I'd have to use exponential numbers to explain that.
Agreed.
Carol says she gathered the witness and the notary.
That is fucking crazy.
To the documents.
All of the witnesses and notary on the documents provided affidavits.
And she's got an explanation for all of this shit. Hell to the no.
Stating that they saw Don sign them and that he understood what he signed and that he was competent to do so.
This kind of can be a game changer. Obviously, this was used in the civil aspect of things, which awarded her all the finances. On a criminal side, it's really big for the sheriff's office to have this information in the state attorney's office on what direction they're going to go.
You should take that expert and file that shit into the court of the fucking county of where the case is cold. To the detective's office or DA. That's what they should do with that.
So not only do they have the person who would have done this tracing, it also gives them a notary to speak with and 2 witnesses as well. So you actually have multiple.
Yeah, what about those notaries and stuff? You got to tell me one of them 4 people so-called has still got to be alive, or more than one.
People involved with the signing of this to interview and that need to testify as to what had actually happened. We already know that there was a restraining order that had happened 2 months prior to his disappearance. We also know that he was getting ready to go through a divorce. If this was actually done prior to his actual disappearance and it was part of the plan, it could show premeditation and murder. With this, there was a lot of properties that were gained. Over the years, these properties have been sold. If this is actually tracing, it's going to cause a lot of legal concerns for all those people that have bought.
Damn, man. So he had a lot of assets and not liquid, but he had a lot of solid assets.
Properties, transferred properties. Technically, they never owned them legally.
Not if she obtained them illegally and sold them, they don't. That's unfortunate for them. That would just mean she would be buried. She'd be buried in civil and criminal litigation up to her neck.
On June 3rd, 2020, Sheriff Chronister of Hillsborough County has an important announcement about Don Lewis's will.
Uh-oh.
The will was a forgery. 2 experts deem it 100% a forgery.
Holy, now that's big for a sheriff to come out and say that.
Certainly cast another shadow of suspicion.
Do I believe he's been killed, that he's dead? Yes, I do. Do I know who did it and how he died? That I don't know. But certainly there's a lot of suspicions, and we will do whatever would be required to solve this case.
The reopening of this investigation is really, really exciting. I feel like I'm on the right path.
We're receiving on average 6 tips a day. Anything that's viable, we're going to pursue. There's nothing more important to us than bringing justice to his family.
All these theories about what
exactly
What happened to Don Lewis and the insinuations about Carol Baskin has sent Jim Rathman on a quest for answers. Did Don Lewis make a business deal that went south? Did he disappear to Costa Rica like some folks think? Could Don have cooked up this whole crazy thing on his own?
Now, I believe even since this, that there was supposedly, and I think it was shown on the Netflix doc, a letter from Homeland Security, which would have had to have been after 9/11 because they were post 9/11 made thing, that in like '05 or whatever, he was down in Costa Rica and alive and well. Well, that turned out to when they tried reaching out to the State Department and Homeland Security, they had nothing on record of that. So that was fake as well. And guess who came up with that? Carol.
Or was it murder?
Now, I'm on a mission to get to the bottom of what the truth is, to be able to solve this Don Lewis case, find out who was involved and what really happened.
According to Sheriff,
they said, detectives are they're like God's speakers, because they're there to speak for people that are deceased who can't speak for themselves.
Chronister, experts have determined that Don Lewis's will and power of attorney are forgeries.
Like there's something really that feels rewarding. That would be, I get that it'd be a tough job, but there'd be something really rewarding about being a homicide detective, it feels like.
All of a sudden, a 23-year-old missing persons cold case is on the front burner. Don's wife, Carol, always claimed she believed he flew off in his plane, never to be seen again.
She believes that. Okay, so they don't have no record of him even flying off.
Lewis was last seen 9 days ago here at Pasco's Pilot Country Estates, shopping for ultralight and experimental planes, apparently for export to Central America.
Don Lewis was a multimillionaire from Tampa, Florida. He made his wealth in the real estate, kind of flipping homes, buying up mortgages, things like that. But he also had a passion for exotic animals. And so he had a sanctuary called Wildlife on Easy Street. He had well over 100 cats, lions, tigers, leopards.
I would call him a modern-day hippie. I never saw him get mad. I never saw him raise his voice. Had a head for...
I bet she didn't like him having that place.
business and the deal.
And all them animals.
In January 1981, Don's living with his wife Gladys, their 3 daughters, and a son. When he meets Carol, she's in a bad place in life, running away from her husband, Michael Murdoch, the father of her daughter, Jamie. Something clicks between Don and Carol and keeps on clicking. They carry on a 10-year affair until Don divorces Gladys, and they get married in 1991. They seemed happy despite their age difference. They did real estate deals and started collecting bobcats. Eventually, they turned Wildlife on Easy Street into a business that breeds and sells exotic animals.
We've got 4 kitties we're going to feed. They're quite anxious.
Well, she's a hypocrite. Hell no.
As you can hear.
Don cared greatly for his cats. And that was his passion. He loved it. But he also liked...
Probably has some story about how she changed and all this.
to go to Costa Rica.
Costa Rica.
I did an affair with him for 10 years. Hell, you could call her a homewrecker almost.
He used to have quite a vibrant trade in exotic animals.
I bet his kids call her that shit. Damn.
Very, very...
She was a lot younger too? Oh, no.
Very little regulation. Where here we have tremendous regulation of it.
And then in 1997, he just disappeared.
Whoa. You telling me they had to got married?
In recent months, Lewis's wife says he'd begun to show signs of early Alzheimer's. He'd even accidentally, she says, leave cages open, and some of his beloved cats had escaped.
I'm very worried, but I don't feel that separation.
Was any of them instances of cats getting out documented by 911 calls or anything? See, those are things that should be followed up on.
It's feeling that helps me to hang on and think that he is okay, that he will just walk back in the gate.
No crying.
3 weeks after Dawn goes missing on August 18, 1997, Carol shows up in court with power of attorney form that the sheriff now claims is forged, giving her control of Dawn's fortune.
Well, if the sheriff can conclude that's forged, then why ain't there some type of automatic legal thing reversing it or calling her into court over it or something?
Attorney dies with the person. You cannot administer their estate past their death with the power of attorney. The question becomes,
technically,
why do you have a power of attorney and a will? Power of attorney, if you don't find the body, will if you do.
In her video diaries, Carol explains why Dawn wanted her to draft a new power of attorney.
He said he wants to make sure I am always taken care of, and he even had me draft a will and a power of attorney.
Well, boy,
he had me change the will a few times.
Well, boy, I tell you what, he was very, very lucky, or you was very, very lucky and fortunate, and his timing was impeccable, wasn't it, hon?
Because he seemed to just delight in making sure that none of his greedy kids, as he said, were in it.
Oh, man, what do you talk about? A slap in the face, man? Who the fuck? His greedy kids. How do we even know he had that type of viewpoint towards his kids? Like, golly.
Carol now rules over an estate worth around $7 million.
Good Lord Almighty. Come on now. It's too easy of a motive, man.
And we now know that before Don disappeared, he was living in fear.
Man.
June 12th of 1997, Don Lewis actually went and filed the restraining order against Carol Lewis, known today as Carol Baskin. She had access to a pistol. He felt that his life was in jeopardy. So the statement reads, "This is the second time Carol has got angry enough to threaten to kill me. Me and Carol got in a big fuss, and she ordered me out of the house or she would kill me. And if I came back, she would kill me. She has a revolver, and she took my .357 and hid it." It's an important piece of evidence because it actually shows that there were some issues within this marriage, and that the marriage, it was also getting violent.
He tried to get a protective order. He couldn't get it. It got turned down for whatever reasons. It got turned down. Then he told her he was going to divorce her, and she freaked out.
What I'm upset about is that he didn't come talk to me before he did it. I see every day people that file an injunction that's not granted, where it could have been granted had an attorney set the stage properly.
Now, according to everybody that I spoke with, Don was not too fond of taking anything to the sheriff's department or law enforcement, period. So the fact that he went and to do that for a restraining order is quite suspicious, that he felt like his life was going to be in danger.
How many protective orders do you see filed by a man against the wife? I've never seen one in 30 years as a lawyer. And then he disappeared.
August 20th of 1997, Don Lewis's van was found at the Pilot Country Airport, which is in north of Tampa. So this van was found about a day after Don Lewis was reported missing. A lot of the theories that were circulating with the van being left at the airport is that Don went ahead and got in a private plane and flew to Costa Rica. Perhaps he crashed his airplane in the Gulf of Mexico.
When they find Don's van, the sheriff's office wants to search Carol's property, but she says no. She also declines to take a polygraph.
Refusing to take a polygraph means that Carol had a pretty good lawyer, because there's no benefit for her to take a polygraph. While it's not indicative of guilt or innocence, it's a method that a truly trained person can tell you if they're lying. Most of the times, it's not in their best interest.
I'm on my way to meet one of the last people to see Don Lewis alive. Dale Lively was the mechanic that worked many years with Don Lewis. It was just his go-to person to fix all of his vehicles. He worked on Don's van just a few days before Don disappeared. I'm sure he has some information to share with us. Dale.
Hey, Jim. How you doing?
How are you?
If you wouldn't mind, tell me when you had that van in here for, about when, and whenabouts was that? The last time I worked on it was week before he disappeared. I had it in here for 2 or 3 days doing some air conditioning work on the dash. And so I had all the dash and everything out of it and got it all fixed. And then called Don, and he came out here that day, and he spent about an hour here. Okay. He was talking about Costa Rica. He told me that he was getting ready and he was going to move his cats down there. And
Like all the cats from the wildlife on Easy Street?
Right. That's what he wanted to do. Did you think maybe he was getting ready to transition his life into a different role than? I think so, but Don liked to be around his kids, and then he got into a discussion talking about Carol.
Can you tell me about that?
I didn't know there was problems going on, but he was afraid of her, and he had tried to get a restraining order out on her, and he was afraid she was going to kill him, and that he just had to get away from her. You know, you don't really think a whole lot about it when somebody tells you that. But then when the situation came up like it did, it kind of makes you think. And then he tried his best to get me to go to Costa Rica with him that weekend.
Did he?
He said, you'll love it. The people are nice. It's beautiful. But I wasn't able to go.
What about his mental state? What do you, because I know there's been a lot of talk.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard the stories that Carol said that he had dementia and Alzheimer's. I never saw a single thing about that. Don was just as sharp as he ever was.
Don Lewis was much older than Carol, but still fairly young to be suffering from dementia. Were there early warning signs that only Carol could see?
So being that you knew him all those years, you never saw
no change whatsoever.
So let's talk a little bit about the van. He's getting ready to drive that, and it was Don that drove that van off, right?
Don drove it off.
And when they found his van, the van was released back to Carol.
To Carol, yeah.
And Carol drove it back to the sanctuary, and it was processed a few days later. The sheriff's office comes out, they find a fingerprint. Whose fingerprint did they find?
Mine.
Where did they find it?
It was on the center part of the dash where I was working, yeah.
So that was the only print that they found?
Yeah,
right?
But they didn't find any on the steering wheel or anywhere else. The door handles, Carol drove it back. Why weren't her prints on it?
Agreed.
You know, her prints should have been all over the steering wheel.
And so should Don's.
Yeah, Don should have too if he drove it.
Exactly. What did that signify to you?
Someone had to have wiped the van down. They should have found my fingerprints on the doors, on the steering wheel, both doors, because I was all over the van. If Carol drove it back from the airport, why weren't her prints in the van, unless she either wore gloves or wiped it down?
2 detectives are here to talk to you essentially as a person of interest.
I was able to explain why my prints were in there. I had the dash all apart. I said, you should have found it all over the thing.
And what did they say to that?
Not a word. They spent about 10, 15 minutes and they left. I never heard from them again.
It's like, check the block, we talked to them.
Exactly.
What do you think happened to your friend Don?
I think Don is still here in Florida somewhere, but they just haven't found him yet.
Wild and crazy. That's wild and crazy.
Carol seemed to support the idea that Don had flown off in a plane and possibly crashed.
He's really a very good pilot, despite his licensing problems.
Former airline pilot Wayne Pym was Lewis's flight instructor. Pym's logbooks show Lewis never got his license.
Wayne Pym taught Don Lewis about flying, or at least attempted to teach him about flying. Wayne reached out to me a little while back. He told me that he had some information about Don that other people don't have. And hopefully we can get some new leads, along with proving and disproving some of the theories that are out there. About what year was it when you first met Don?
I'm involved in looking at this case now. This is really interested me.
1985. I started teaching him. He around that time started buying and selling a lot of airplanes. Every time I turned around, he was showing me another airplane he had just bought.
What kind of plane did Don Lewis fly?
Mostly light aircraft. This is similar to one of the aircraft he might have been flying in. Single engine, backseat, fairly cramped.
How many miles can you actually go on a full tank of gas?
500 miles.
But you most certainly couldn't go all the way to Costa Rica.
Non-stop, no way.
So essentially the theory of him taking off from the Pilot Country Airport where his van was found and flying that to Costa Rica wouldn't be a likely scenario without him landing somewhere.
I highly doubt that scenario.
Even when Don did fly, he had a little trouble staying.
That's even more evidence that her taking him to the airport story was bullshit because, you know, what's the chances in him taking off, crashing, not even getting to the first place, them not having a record of him getting to the first place, refueling? Nah,
Airborne.
Do you recall him having a plane crash?
The biggest one I know about was the one in Cedar Key. He was having some problems with the engine and apparently tried to land at Cedar Key and came up short and ended up.
There's the reason for why she came up with the crash story, I guarantee you.
In shallow water a few miles off of Cedar Key.
And was that the only crash you ever had?
Yeah, I know of another one up in the Panhandle. Got caught in some bad weather. In making the approach to the field, he didn't see some power lines that ran across his approach path and hit the power lines. That second crash was considerably more serious, and he was very lucky to have survived.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I've also heard about the third crash. From what I understand, that was in the early 90s.
So we got a rich guy that's not too good at piloting that's had more than one crash. Okay.
After that third crash.
But notice he had 3 and didn't have no problems, and the fourth one though mysteriously is not on record like the other.
He was done flying and he had no intention to fly anymore.
Don never did get a pilot's license. Multiple sources say he gave up piloting and had not personally flown an aircraft for years before he disappeared.
How did you hear of Don disappearing?
News report.
What was your initial thought?
I didn't have knowledge that at that time that he had quit flying. So my logical conclusion was that he went to the airport, took off, and possibly crashed.
What do you think happened to Don?
I think there was foul play, yes. I do.
Do you think an airplane's even involved at all?
I don't think an airplane was involved. I think it was a convenient ruse to make, like I did, and the police did. They automatically thought, well, he took off and crashed.
August 20th, 1997, about 4:30 in the morning, Don Lewis's van is found at the Pilot Country Airport. What can you tell me about that?
The gentleman that reported the van, his name was Dewey Gallops. He was the person that ran Pilot Country Estates. And then I recently learned that Dewey and Don had some sort of a falling out about some airplanes that were on consignment at Dewey's airport, and that some airplanes or an airplane was sold at a considerable loss, and Don was upset about it. And because of that, he pulled what airplanes he had from the airport and vowed to never return to that airport again. Based on other people that knew Don, they said absolutely no way he would have set foot on that airport.
If Don Lewis had a falling out with somebody at that airport, a couple $100,000 were lost, and that wasn't the airport he typically...
Man, we just keep finding more and more holes, people. More and more.
Went to, then why was his van there? Seems to me like somebody's just trying to set the stage to distract from the real investigation or where they really need to be looking. Right now we are headed to go see Mr. Joe Fritz. Used to be one of Don Lewis's attorneys. He actually has claimed to have heard what happened to Don Lewis.
He's heard what's happened to him. Isn't that a little fish? That's weird, right? How would he know?
How do you know Don Lewis? How long have you guys known each other? Of course.
Before he went missing, probably 8-10 years.
So clearly you guys built a friendship over that 10
hell
years.
Yeah. I have pictures of my son and I out at his place. My son covered up in bobcats.
When was the last time you recall seeing Don Lewis alive?
It would have been within 10 days of his disappearance.
Did you know that he was having issues with Carol?
The only thing I remember was I was in that era asked who would I recommend as a divorce attorney.
So he asked you for a recommendation?
No, he did not. Ann McQueen did.
Ann McQueen did. Okay. What do you think happened to your friend Don?
I had heard that he got strangled with an electric cord from the back seat of this airplane with somebody else flying and got dumped out over the Gulf.
Don Lewis's lawyer just dropped a bombshell.
Well, that seems more like an actual murder for hire to me.
He claims Don didn't fly off into the sunset. He heard that Don was strangled with an electric cord and dumped into the Gulf of Mexico.
First of all, I heard it from two different sources. It kind of fits the scenario. Because he was a pilot, he'd owned planes. He'd had a license. He lost his license. His van is at Country Pilot Estates. It's an unmanned airport. Nobody logs you in. Nobody logs you out. It's not unusual for somebody to take off in a plane. So it all fits together. He got lured up there to do a great deal on an airplane. He showed up. Our Sheriff Conister says there's more than one person's involved. Yes, he's right. No question in my mind that this was a murder. The question is who did it and who was behind it.
Is it even possible to throw somebody out in flight? If you had to open that door going against 120, 140 knots and trying to force that door open and push out a person that you would say at least weighed 150, 160 pounds, that would have been very challenging.
A lot of Don Lewis's friends support the idea that Don and Carol's marriage was coming to an end. So Jim digs in with Tricia Griffith, who has recently unearthed an odd letter that Carol wrote to Don's ex-wife in 1990.
I am good. My eyes are kind of rolling back in my head like a slot machine because I've been trying to grasp this letter that Carol Baskin wrote to Don Lewis's wife in 1990.
I just started reading it and I got some into it and I'm trying to make sense of this.
I mean, who writes an 11-page single-space letter to the wife of the man that you've been having an affair with for years?
So what I found interesting is that on page 4, it says, "Perhaps I asked for too much, but I had to get out of my marriage and would have eventually killed my husband to do it." So she's literally talking about her ex-husband, Michael Murdoch, in August 20th of 1990, talking about she would kill him to get out of the marriage, Tricia. This is of August 20th of 1990, just 7 years later. Don Lewis mysteriously disappears, and she's talking about she would have killed her husband to get out of the marriage. You know, Tricia, in one of her video diaries, she actually validates this letter.
If I had been choking to death and the only way out was to grab a pair of scissors and stab him in the eye, that might have resulted in his death. I was not implying cold-blooded murder.
You've got to go back and find somebody that knew her to figure out her frame of mind.
I agree with you, and I'm definitely going to see what I can do about finding someone back in that time that would have known her to really be able to speak to her behavior, her mannerisms, her thought process.
Carol may have been itching to get out of her abusive marriage with Michael Murdoch. So was her letter to Gladys reflective of her mindset, or was it a symbol of her frustration?
I need to talk to someone who knew Carol in the 1990s
to try to understand what she was like on an emotional level.
Todd Schreier is the son of Alan Schreier. Alan actually dated Carol Lewis about 2 years after Don Lewis went missing. Todd ended up moving in with Carol Lewis and his father, Alan. So when you moved in, what was that experience like for you?
I was a sophomore in high school. Like, my dad is pretty laid back and easygoing, and he's very emotional, very loving. Carol is not. She's cold, she's distant, she very much blatantly doesn't like people.
It seems odd. There's more love for the animals than there are for the human beings that are surrounded in her life.
The rules are ridiculous. What do you mean I'm not allowed on a side of the whole house?
So you really weren't allowed to go to certain sections of the house. You had to pretty much stay in your living quarter area and just stay there the whole time.
Yeah.
And you weren't allowed to have friends over. You weren't allowed to.
No.
So
No, Carol was very, very private. She didn't want me there. She was the reason I had to move out and live with my grandma the rest of high school.
when about is it that you find out that her husband became missing?
So I think my dad eased me into it. And it was like, hey, there's a rumor that Carol fed Dawn to the Tigers. And it's satire. It's outrageous. But whatever you do, don't ever bring it up. You know, I think Carol's a bitch. I don't think Carol killed her husband.
If you had to guess, and your best guess, what do you think would have happened to him?
I think you should be spending time in Costa Rica. There was a lot of land, and I think the end goal was Costa Rica, and he had a lot of affiliation in Costa Rica. And so I think there's answers in Costa Rica.
So your dad, or is there any way at all you could facilitate this meeting and connect?
I'll tell you what, I'll give him a call, see if I can put you guys together.
I really want to speak with Alan Schreier because he can really give me some insight. Not to mention at some point or another, he's going to have to ask her, what happened to your husband?
Come on in.
Hey, Alan, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good, pleasure to meet you.
Likewise.
You met Carol in 1999, right?
Correct.
How did you guys meet?
I was on a lot of dating apps, and Match.com, she answered it. So she called me up and she says, if you want to see what I look like, you can buy this week's edition of People magazine. I'm the featured article. So at first I thought it was one of my friends screwing around with me because we're practical jokers.
Right.
But I found that it was the truth. So we met and we hit it off.
And you were in real estate world, right?
Yeah, I owned about 50 or 60 homes.
Okay.
I'd buy them, fix them, sell them, or rent them. Carol, she was the smartest person I ever met. You know, when you make money and you do things, people try to take it from you. Mm-hmm. A lot of people came out with some really frivolous lawsuits and so forth. She was 19-0 or 20-0 in the court beating these people. She wouldn't hire an attorney and pay him. She researched it, read it, and did it herself. I think she's ruthless in her business. If you get in her way, she's going to come after you.
About how long into your relationship with her did she talk about Dawn?
Shortly thereafter, you know, everybody was asking, everybody read that article. I don't know if you ever saw that article in the People magazine. Did she feed him to the Tigers and so forth and so on? And, you know, I asked her, I came out and asked her, and she says, no. She told me he was a very unscrupulous person. He did some things that were crossed the gray line and so forth. She told me that towards the end of his life, he would do dumpster diving, wouldn't know where he is, and she had to go pick him up in a car. And the other thing is he always used to carry $5,000 or $10,000 around with him. That's asking for trouble.
So basically she was letting you know that he mentally wasn't all there.
Yeah.
Did she ever say what she suspected had happened?
She suspected that, you know, the people that he was hanging around with, maybe he owed somebody some money and did something and they, you know, took care of him.
Did she ever say that she was still concerned for him since he wasn't found?
When I met her, it was almost 2 years since he disappeared, and we were together like 2 years and 3 months, something like that. We split up before the 5 years was up, and that's when everything hit the fan, when I guess she went there and declared him dead and got everything.
5 years after Dawn goes missing, Carol has Dawn legally declared dead, which gives her control over the estate and all his assets.
Carol told me that Don did not speak to his ex-wife or his kids for several years. Couldn't stand him, didn't care if he...
That's given up pretty quick. And everything they're saying, you know, they've had on the one hand that he liked spending time with his kids. Now we're being told he didn't.
Ever saw him at all. And he wanted Carol to change a will or change something. And so they weren't going to get anything. And I guess Carol did. Then all of a sudden, after he missing or passed or whatever, Carol, they were really bad-mouthing Carol to the paper and anybody that would ever listen. And she's, listen, I was going to give you 10%, but if you're going to talk to me like that, I'm not giving you anything.
Right. So is there anything else you could share with me about Carol?
She did not care for my son or people. A lot of people she didn't care for.
Your son, Todd, was about how old about this time?
I want to say about 15. He moved in with us because he had a problem with his stepfather. But I knew from the get-go, Carol doesn't like people. Carol likes cats.
Mm-hmm.
And when my son had to move in, he had nowhere to go. So he moved in with me. She was not happy with that. There was a strict set of rules.
Okay.
Come on our side of the house. This is your room. This is your bathroom. He did not like her at all.
Okay.
She was cold. Didn't, you know, it was awkward. Never a conversation. She'd be in the same room, wouldn't say anything. Made him feel very uncomfortable.
Okay.
Now, Carol has a daughter of her own by her first husband, and this mother-daughter relationship sounds complicated.
Carol's daughter, her name is Jamie.
Yes.
And Jamie was about how old at that time?
Jamie was a little older than my son, probably about 18.
Did Carol spend a lot of time with Jamie?
At work. To me, it's a strange relationship, you know.
So where was she living at the time when you first moved in?
On the sanctuary. There was a house on the sanctuary, and Carol had a house about 3 miles from there. Jamie's relationship with her mother was very distant.
You know, the lack of emotion, the lack of empathy, the lack of that personal connection with somebody, I find that to be very odd. Did you ever have maybe any indication as to like maybe your own internal alarm going off that maybe she could have been involved with his disappearance?
Interesting question. When I first was with her, the answer was 99.9%. I was sure she didn't do it.
Okay.
Now I'm 50-50.
And what made you kind of change your stance a little bit?
The will. I really believe in my heart she forged the will and so forth, some other things.
And what do you think happened to Don? Do you still think that's something with maybe one of his business dealings went awry?
I do and I don't. I do, okay, because it makes sense. But the person that did this was very good cleaning up. 20 years they can't find, they don't have a clue.
Very calculated.
There was one more thing she did, I found out. I used to have a lot of properties, and the lady said, did you sell some property in Costa Rica? I said, no. I don't know anybody in Costa Rica.
So she did a transaction without your knowledge?
Right.
Using your name?
It didn't hurt me at all, money-wise or anything like that.
She just used your name?
Yeah.
Is there anyone we should speak with that comes to mind that would have some information to share, perhaps, on what happened to Don?
There was a guy, Kenny Farr. He used to be Don's gopher.
Mm-hmm.
And then he, after he was missing, became Carol's gopher. But I knew he came from the wrong side of the tracks.
This is the second time Don's handyman, Kenny Farr, has come up in this investigation.
Carol said that she saw Don that Sunday morning, but he didn't go to church with her. She went to church with Kenny, the handyman.
Thank you again, Alan.
All right, you take care.
Have a great day.
All right.
Alan said Carol made a transaction without his knowledge, but I can't find a record of it. After talking to Alan, it's clear I need to look at Kenny Farr more closely. And Tricia lets me know that she dug up some more documents that are very intriguing.
Carol and Kenny were close, very close. Shortly after Don went missing, she sold him all of this very valuable property, money-generating property.
And he gets 3 properties for a total of $9,080.
But these properties were worth a whole lot more than that.
They have trailers on them where he gets income.
Why would Carol give up valuable properties to Don's handyman for under market value?
She owed him.
Investigators are always told, follow the money. In this case, the trail seems to lead to Kenny Farr.
Kenny Farr was Don Lewis's handyman. So he helped build cages, fix and repair miscellaneous items that would break throughout the sanctuary. September of 1997, it was actually just a month and a few days after Don Lewis disappeared, property transactions were sold to the handyman, Kenny Farr, for way less than what they're worth, which is highly suspicious because these properties were money-generating properties. They had people living on these properties that were paying rent. They had a trailer on there. So not only was he sold the property itself,
but he was also sold the money-generating aspect of it. These are estimated to be at about $50,000 a piece, and he was sold 3 of those only 1 month after Don Lewis disappeared. He was given about $150,000 worth of properties.
Why would Carol give up valuable properties to Don's handyman?
I couldn't help but wonder if this could be some sort of payoff. I have been able to speak with his now ex-wife, Trish, on the phone. Some of the information she told me, I wasn't expecting.
Kenny worked every day of the week. He was a workaholic.
7 days a week, wow.
Never took vacations. He just worked. So for him to be home was absolutely out of the norm. It didn't happen.
Trish stated that on that particular day he was home, he got a phone call and a page at approximately 1 p.m. on August 17th of 1997.
This is the very same day that Don disappeared.
The bedroom door flies open and Kenny walked down the hallway with the beeper in his hand and grabbed the phone. So I just, assumed that he was expecting a call. I noticed somebody pulled up outside.
A person showed up at the residence. She's unsure of exactly which person it is. Kenny Farr then left with this person.
Kenny went straight out the front door and he left.
It's like he was in a hurry. He was in a panic to get out of the house. This is on Sunday, August 17th of 1997, 2 days before Don Lewis was officially reported missing.
Later that night, about 11, 12 o'clock, Kenny shows back up, but he has one of Don's vans. He said, help me with these, and he pulled back a blanket, and there was stacks of guns. There were so many guns. Guns
Pistols and rifles, or?
Pistols, rifles, antique guns, powder guns, walking cane-looking guns.
Oh, wow.
Just all kinds of unique guns. I was like, whoa, what are you doing with these? And he said, listen, I'm holding on to them right now. Help me carry him inside. I'm like, what are you talking about? He goes, listen, Don's gone. Nobody knows where he's at, and I don't want you talking about him to anybody.
2 days prior to him being reported missing, and now somebody else already knows that he's missing with all of the firearms, it's highly suspicious.
He said, listen, don't talk about Don. Don't talk about him at all. Anybody ask you about him, don't say anything. Our phone could be tapped. And wow. I'm like, what do you mean our phone could be tapped? What the hell are you talking about? He said, yeah, I'm serious. He said, I'm not going to discuss it. I'm just letting you know. I don't need to talk about him. Going ahead a few days forward, I'm in the kitchen and the news is coming on. And I hear Tampa multimillionaire Jack Donald Lewis missing on August 18th. And I thought, what was this? I did ask Kenny, you didn't have anything to do with Don not showing up anywhere or disappearing, did you? And he told me, don't ask questions you don't want the answers to. So I was just like, all right, well, yeah, I don't want to know. But deep down, I already know.
What do you think they did with Don after that then?
I think they disposed of him somehow, some manner. I can tell you what Kenny told me when he had me down one night when I was trying to leave him. He kind of straddled me and had his hand in the back of my hair, and he was pulling my head back. And he told me, he said, if you try to leave me one more time, I swear to you, you're going to end up just like Don did in the meat grinder.